1. Welcome, everybody, to the 43rd episode of Coaster Time, hosted by me, Carrick from Coaster Hour. And as always, we will be doing many different segments. And if you want to know what is happening in the stream, you can check out what is the itinerary in the description. That kind of has the entire layout of how this stream is going to go. But with me today, I also have a special guest, only the second international guest in Coaster Time history, who is from the great country of Denmark. He has also been growing his channel by doing no limits creations and uniquely styled reviews and countdowns that I believe are some of the most entertaining videos of the genre. So with that being said, join me in welcoming Nick from Northern Rides. Nick, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm so good. Thank you so much again for having me on, man. I've been excited for this, really. This is great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Been a busy week with work and everything, but I'm happy we were able to get this to work out, even with like some of the little delays. So very happy to see it. And Nick, if you could let us know where to find your social medias or where we can find you, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube, of course, as Northern Rides or at Northern Rides, yeah boy, and then on Instagram as Northern_Rides as well, where I post some post every now and then if I visit a new theme park or just an exciting theme park. I'll post some photos and screenshots and share my experience there on my story as well. But otherwise, yeah, you can find me on YouTube, bunch of reviews, countdowns, a buttload of memes, and every now and then some other things too.
For sure. And got to mention to the chat, this is the biggest time difference I've ever had to account for with a guest. So obviously, huge congrats and huge thanks to Nick for making this work out. It is a 9-hour difference from Fresno, California to Denmark. So yeah, that was obviously a big thing, but we were able to get it to work out. So once again, huge thanks to Nick for doing that. And with that being said, I'll open this up to our first Q&A. So any questions you have, let us know in the chat, and we'll be answering your questions probably for the next 10-ish minutes. And then we'll head into our other segments. So should be a great stream. Very excited to have Nick on. We've been talking about this for a while, and it should be a great stream.
Yeah, it's really cool to be on here, and again, I'm really glad the time difference worked out for you too. So that's really good. How are you all doing?
Oh,
I
we
see a
have a
bunch of
few.
people I recognize actually.
That's good. Yeah, it looks like you. I saw your post and looked like there were people excited to come in, so that is good to see. This is a question for you.
Oh, right. How long have I known Villas? Well, Villas is one of my closest friends and my first ever coaster friend. But I've known him since, I'd say, the winter of 2019. So what's that? That's 4.5 years. 4.5 years I've known him. I met him in YouTube comments as well, on one of my oldest, most garbage videos where he chatted to me.
Yeah, I've been subscribed. I don't know how often he makes content nowadays. But I remember being subscribed to him a while back, so that's cool to hear for sure. And I know he's in your vlogs as well, or in some of them. So cool to hear that for sure.
He's doing a lot of exciting stuff these days, but he's definitely still around for sure.
Let's see. Someone's asking when will I open the guest request again. I'm not super sure. This is for like a Coaster Time guest thing. I did a sort of request thing. I do have a decent amount of guests lined up right now, so probably whenever I get through a decent chunk of them, that's probably when I'll open it up again. But I very much appreciate the interest. There's been a lot of interest from people with that, so I'm very thankful for that. Let's see. Tivoli Gardens, is it as good as it sounds?
It is the most popular theme park in Denmark because it's like in the perfect spot for tourists, and that's the thing. I think it's really good for first-time visitors But when you get there more, you start to notice that it's really overrated in a lot of ways. It's beautiful, like it's one of the most beautiful parks I've visited, but you quickly run out of rides, and they're definitely lacking a few things, and especially I think they're not exactly the best of making the ride, like maintaining the rides to be the smoothest and most reliable, except for the old wooden coaster, which I mean that's like the most well maintained coaster I can think of. But it's a really good like half day visit and great for food and everything. But as a theme park, I'm definitely desiring more for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting park. Obviously, one that's super well known, gets a lot of hype, for sure. And I mean, you said it. I mean, more of a half day, and I know you said that the maintenance thing's interesting. I have not heard that from other people. So although I haven't heard too many reviews from the park, so that is actually pretty interesting about that.
Yeah, often some things are closed, or they have breakdowns. Even the B&M is prone to breakdowns every now and then, and that's rare. So yeah, that's why. Even the air racer from Zamperla, the spinning flat ride
Yep.
things, that's rough for some
Oh,
reason, which is weird.
huh.
But
That is pretty interesting and very weird.
yeah.
Yeah, that is very unusual. And Civilian Satellite asks a really good question. How on earth do you find all of the memes that perfectly match up throughout your reviews?
First of all, thank you for saying they match up perfectly, because that's the thing I really struggle with, is trying to actually keep the flow going somewhat. But it takes me a long time to edit those videos, and it's because of those memes. I spent by far most of the time just looking for memes. So it's just time. That's how I find the right things. It's just I waste too much time on it, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, hey, but it comes out looking great. So,
I'm
um,
glad.
and the videos are fantastic. So, I definitely work well worth it for sure. Any top tips for Wallaby Holland? I'm going there for the first time on Tuesday next week.
Hey, I hope you have an awesome trip, dude, because that's a really cool park. Generally, just I would definitely do Express Platform 13 as the very first thing. It's right by the entrance, and it gets a long line, and it's literally just rock and roller coaster without the indoors part. So might as well get that one done first, and then the SLC right after. It's right next to it. You don't want to wait in line for that pile of garbage. And then otherwise, probably just make absolutely. Oh yeah, Untamed, single rider line, Untamed. It's so worth it, and on speed of sound as well. Just single rider line on most of the things. It saves you so much time in that park.
Good to hear for sure. I mean, if there's any parks in Europe that I'm gonna go to soon or anytime in the near future, that's also potentially one of them. I was in Amsterdam for like a little less than 24 hours during November. I'm not even sure if Wallaby Holland was open or not, but
Mm.
I mean, I was not very far from there, but I couldn't make it. That was during the Spain trip, so good tips there for sure.
You should definitely return then when the Raptors open. I believe it is RMC Raptors. They're getting like
Yep.
dueling, so that's the time to return for sure.
Yeah. Although we'll see. The timeline for that project has shifted quite a bit, so it may
Yeah,
be a little while before we get those.
true.
Let's see. Um, is the name of the air race Aquila, or because someone was asking?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's Aquila. It's like it's not headbanging rough at all, but it's just it shakes you. It shuffles a lot, and basically like a I don't know. It's like a Schwarzkopf actually, kind of.
Huh, that is very weird. Because yeah, the Schwarzkopfs have a very distinct kind of shuffle to them, the ones that have it. And so that's kind of interesting to see that on a flat ride. What's your favorite coaster in Denmark? I know you made a video on this, but I
Mm.
do believe you did revisit a park recently since you made that video. Has that changed what your favorite is in Denmark?
Yeah, so my favorite is Phoenix still.
Okay.
I just revisited Djursamaland for the first time since I wrote Phoenix, but Phoenix just has it's just a more interesting, varied layout, and even though it's definitely not as strong in the forces at all, I just still I don't know, I just have that slight amount of more fun on it, but it's super close.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue there. I mean, that coaster looks really good, Phoenix for sure. Obviously, one that whenever I get the opportunity, don't know when that's going to be, but one I'm excited to check out for sure. But
Mm.
yeah, that's definitely a good pick there. I know it's usually between that and Piraten. Is that how you pronounce it correctly?
Piraten, yeah, but don't worry, I don't expect anyone who doesn't speak Danish to pronounce it the correct way. We have weird letters in Danish, but yeah, it's always between those two. I think most people do choose Piraten as the number one at this point.
Yeah, but as you said, it's usually between those two.
Yeah.
Someone asks, gosh, you'd have to pull this up at this point. Do you have a
Oh my god.
69th favorite roller coaster?
All right, I'm pulling out the ranking. It's
I'm I'm
drafts
pulling it
manual is
up
going at it.
too. I want to answer this one. I want to find it because it's shifted now.
Oh yeah, I want to know yours too. Oh, also nice, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh, it's actually a new credit for me. It's my newest credit. It's T-Rex Family Coaster in Jerusalem, the powered coaster there. It's my 69th.
nice. Already, so I've ridden 159 coasters, so should specify like that before I mention this one because someone might be like too low or too high. My 69th coaster overall is actually Backlot Stunt Coaster at Kings Island.
Nice.
Really good family coaster, family launch coaster. The upward helix is really good. It's also got some pretty nice drops. I like the indoor section. Really fun ride. One of my favorite coasters at Kings Island outside of like the big five for sure.
Backlot looks so fun, especially the first helix just looks kind of bonkers, really, for a family coaster.
Yeah, no, it is crazy intense. Um, all things considered. What is the southernmost ride that Northern Rights has ridden?
I did actually for fun a couple months ago look at like a map and see what was the most northern, eastern, western, and southern. And the most southern is it's in Gardaland in Italy, for sure. And I think if I can remember correctly, it is the kiddie coaster there, Ortobroco Tour. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but the little Pinfari caterpillar coaster, I think it was.
Yeah, I would have no. I have not looked at that. I mean, I guess out of like
I was
complete
bored
guess,
that day.
yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, it has to be one of the coasters at Six Flags Mexico because that like would have to be the thing that makes the most sense. I couldn't tell you which out of the four it is between the ones I did there, but it's one of those.
The only reason I can remember somewhat which one it is in Gardaland is because I know how it's located next to the lake, and it's like a very long, narrow lake from north to south. And then it could be something else, but I think it's that.
Yeah, I mean the fact that you had even had a decent idea is pretty funny.
But you definitely beat me though. Mexico is so much more south.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't think there's any way it's anything else. Yeah, no, there's no shot. I wouldn't know what north is. I don't know how. Probably my guess is it might be something at Cedar Point. Is like my guess off the top of my head. That might be
Mm.
it. I don't know where Spain lines up compared to that, but I'm pretty sure it's not as far north. I'm not sure.
I think Spain is like on level with New York or something, which is kind of crazy.
Oh, then
So it's
okay,
really
then it
hard to
probably
say.
then never mind. It probably is actually something at Port Aventura if it's at that level.
It
But
could be.
yeah, that would potentially make sense. And do you have a northernmost?
uh, Oh yeah, definitely something in Grönalund. Um, I don't know which it would be though, but in Grönalund in Stockholm, something there.
Yep, I guess that would make sense. I guess it's an easy answer once you've been to like I think Tusenfried. I don't know how you
To,
say it.
I
Um,
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be something there. I don't know which, of course, it would be. I looked at the park map, but I don't know, which direction is which, so I couldn't tell you.
yeah, but I know that that one usually I've seen that question come out, but
Hmm.
that's the one that comes out. Usually is like the one that most people have if they've been there. Lawnmowers are going off. I have no idea if it's picking up on the mic or not. Let's see.
Very slightly, but only slightly.
Frontier coasters, we're gonna get to that in a bit. Someone was asking about Vinfald at Tivoli Frieden. Probably completely butchered everything there, uh,
You're good.
we'll get to that in a bit. Most anticipated park this summer. This comes from Mark from Coaster Dash.
A little cheeky smiley face there because he knows I'm going somewhere specific. No, it's gotta be Liseberg for sure. I should have visited that place a long time ago. It's a 4-hour drive away from me. I've never been.
Oh wow.
Uh, so I should have been there a long time ago. So that's definitely it. I'm. That's only that, and then Tusenfryd I'm visiting for the first time this summer, and then a couple of revisits. So that one.
Nice. All right. Uh, I already did my summer trip, so I don't really have anything there. I guess actually, I'm probably going to Enchanted Forest in Oregon. Just happened to be going in that kind of area, so
Oh,
I'm
that's cool though.
probably doing that one. So that
What
actually
what
would be a pretty cool one.
what would you say was the most anticipated before your trip though? Before the trip you just did.
Well, the trip I just did, it included Holiday World, which I'd already been, Kentucky Kingdom, and Beach Bend originally. It would have, so going into the trip, it was Kentucky Kingdom, because I mean, between that and Beach Bend, that's a pretty easy choice.
Oh yeah.
And then, but as I was flying back to my city, I had a long layover in Dallas, and literally on the day of, I was like, what if we just delayed our flight and just went to Six Flags over Texas? And
Uh,
yeah, literally decided that within a few hours of going there. It wasn't even on my radar beforehand, so it probably would have been over Texas had I known I was going there. Maybe still actually no, probably still Kentucky Kingdom because the top two there are so good. So
I would still
um,
also choose Kentucky for our the RMC and Lightning Run for sure.
yeah, and I'm one of the weirdos who has Lightning Run over Storm Chaser. So
I love that, dude. That's so cool.
yeah, I mean, it wasn't even like because I wanted to be different or anything. No, it was just like I just like Lightning Run like way better. Felt like the airtime was just as strong, and the ending and layout just felt more unique. Where Storm Chaser kind of felt like the airtime was a little stronger, but it's like I've kind of felt most of this on other RMCs. So
Yeah. I can't relate there.
yeah, but um, and then
Hope
that
to get
was
there someday.
yeah, that was before I did New Texas Giant, and I think the RMC fatigue really set in
Oh yeah.
once I did that. Um, although that one was interesting. Let's see, what's the next question we have? Uh, ooh, don't know if this is a question you want to answer, but it was asked from Frontier Coasters. I guess it's a question of would you know if the accident that Cobra had like a effect throughout Denmark?
Yeah, it definitely did. There were definitely a lot of news articles and a lot of talk between the general public, really, about how safe this stuff is and whether or not we should support the park and everything. The park was really like nice and open and everything about like what they will do in the future and where it went wrong and everything. So it definitely had a nationwide effect on also on generally rides. I believe a lot of rides closed for a short time for like extra safety measures and stuff. And I think if I were to guess, at least parks probably saw a plummet in visits in the first week after it. Um, so it definitely did had a nationwide impact, but not like a huge one. It's not like where everything closed and it was like an emergency, if you will. But it was definitely constantly talked about because it never happens in like here.
Yeah, I mean that was obvious. That was uh, just very unfortunate when it happened, and was surprising. And I guess Sweden kind of now with what's happened with Jetline is kind of going through a similar situation because like nothing ever happens there in Sweden either. And for something like that to happen, obviously, is a pretty tragic and massive deal.
Yeah, I got not flashbacks, but like it felt the exact same to me, and I can only imagine how much people in Sweden are talking about it as well. It's horrible, really, but it feels like the same thing happening again.
Yeah, I also kind of was like thinking of that. I'm like also in Scandinavia too, on top of everything. So I'm kind of like, that's just kind of weird how that happened.
Yeah,
What park in Denmark is the best for food in your opinion?
Tivoli Gardens, 100%. Tivoli Gardens has amazing food. It's expensive, but it's really, really good. And specifically in their food hall, which is like a street food market they have, is really, really good food there in general. So 100% Tivoli Gardens.
And we have, I believe, another question for you.
So I don't know if you know Floor, but he's another one of my coaster friends. And he's a chef. He works as a chef in Legoland, actually.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah. Uh, so I don't know, burgers, I guess. He hasn't made that much for me, but he's really good at making burgers.
That's good.
I've never been asked this question before.
Yeah, I like kind of figured I was like I'm like you would definitely know what they are talking about. So I'm like,
Definitely.
yep. Favorite Danish food?
What is Danish food exactly? I really like our national dish, which is roast pork with potatoes and parsley sauce. But I don't know if that's. I don't know what else is like really. I guess we have this thing called a French hot dog, and I don't think it's French. I think it's actually from here. So that, if anything, but otherwise, I'm not sure at all. Anything shaped like Legos, I guess.
Yep, there you go. Never been to Denmark, and I haven't had too much of what would be considered Danish food. My mom's actually been to Copenhagen, so she'd be a better one to ask. She walked by Tivoli Gardens. She didn't go in it, but she walked by it.
Yeah, it's literally like right across the street from the central station, so it's hard to miss if you're just a tourist as well.
Yep, so I unfortunately would not know that one. Let's see. I should be anticipating Ice Mountain bobsleds. I am actually pretty hyped for that ride, I'm not gonna lie. At Enchanted Forest, it looks so weird and so bizarre. I know it's not gonna be like anything else I've ridden or probably will ever ride. So and I'm a little, out of all the coasters out there, that one kind of scares me a little bit because it does seem very claustrophobic. And I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I like that or not. Very weird vehicles and very weird ride in general. And yeah, Mark, your vlog on Enchanted Forest is kind of one of the reasons why I was really looking at it. Both you and actually Civilian Satellite, actually, funnily enough, who are both in here, are significant reasons why I'm hoping and trying to plan to get there when I'm in Portland. So, gotta shout you two out for that.
But the question is, Carrick, will you count the lock flume as a credit?
No. I've already decided against that. I mean, no. Someone brought up a good point. It's kind of like if you count that, then like, I guess it's not technically in water, but like technically like Dudley Do Rights at Universal's Islands of Adventure it does have track on it, and it does have an airtime hill. So is that a coaster then by that logic? No.
Yeah, it's even the same with
So
Chiapas in Fantasia Land as well. It's not.
exactly. I just um yeah, I don't count it. I count Journey to Atlantis at SeaWorld San Diego, but that actually kind of has one twisty section, so I'm like, that actually is something that like a roller coaster does
Mm,
and can't be replicated on like a normal flume, so I think it counts, but on the log flume there, no. I don't count that as a credit.
makes sense.
And someone was asking if you managed to ride Sequoia Magic Loop when you were at
No, I'm so bummed out. It's being wait. I think it's being removed. I'm
yeah,
actually
it's gone,
yeah.
unfortunately.
I'm so bummed. I was excited to ride it that day. It was closed, and I didn't know before I looked at it. It was the ride I was most nervous about as well because I actually count that day as the first day I was an enthusiast. I was still nervous about a lot of stuff, and it was closed. I would love to ride that thing. Wait, where's the? There's one more left. Is in Brazil or somewhere else? I
I
can't
think
remember.
it. I want to look it up. I think I have
I'm
an
also
idea of
looking
where
it
it
up.
is. Um, but I don't want to say it unless I'm. Oh wait, it's. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was in Russia, but
Oh,
no,
it's
it's
in
actually. It's in
China.
China.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's not
Yeah.
happening anytime soon, I
Uh.
think.
Oh, but it's at the park that has the intimate accelerator, I guess. So that's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Yep. The only two coasters they have there are a unusual, really short, intimate accelerator coaster with an inversion,
Mm,
and a Screamin' Squirrel. What a collection.
unique
Um,
for sure.
yeah, that is like what? Let's see. Someone was asking for your favorite TV series, I believe.
Oh, yeah, this is a Danish thing. Drafts Manual is just asking. Wait, I presume you like serious of what's your favorite julekalender. So a julekalender, that means Christmas calendar. And it's in Denmark we have TV series every year, like 2 or 3 on TV from the 1st of December through the 24th. And it's like a TV series that's remotely about Christmas, something sometimes a lot. It's like a family thing. You sit with your family and watch a new episode every night, and it's often like dramas and stuff. I guess my favorite is one called Jul på Vesterbro, which is like an adult comedy with a famous Danish comic called Anders Madsen. So it's probably because it's really like weird, uh, dark Danish humor.
Interesting. Didn't know that was a thing, so that's actually pretty neat.
That
We have
classic
like,
stuff.
yeah, we have like Christmas specials, but it's just mostly stuff that's recycled. It's like
Mm.
just stuff that's like really old in our classics, and people just watch those every year. So, yep. Let's see. Hey, and the person who asked the question agrees.
Not
That's good.
surprised. It's that series is a huge meme in itself, to be honest.
Alrighty. This will be the last question. Whoa, I did not look at the time. We went way over for
Oh,
that for the Q&A. It's okay. That's good though. That's good. If we're getting a bunch of questions, that's more good than anything else. Top bucket list park, coaster, and country that is not the U.S. is for you.
okay. Yeah, I Mark knows it's American for me. Should I recite my like top three or just my? Oh wait, just my absolute top one.
You can
Um,
go top three. Why not?
okay, so yeah, so parks it is number one Cedar Point, and then it's Universal Studios in Florida, and then it's probably Hershey Park. So it's all U.S. there. And coasters, it's still Vengeance because I think it's the only one that has a proper chance of becoming my new favorite one. And then maybe Air Force One. I don't know. And then oh man, I don't know. I really have no idea. There's so much. Um, some No, I really don't know. Velocicoaster is my number one. I forgot. Okay, so Velocicoaster, Steel Vengeance, Air Force One, and then country. It's gotta be probably Spain and the UK and maybe Australia or Japan. I'm not sure though.
Those would be some good picks. Let's see. I'll just kind of go through them because I think I know them kind of pretty easy off the top of my head. Top bucket list park one is Tokyo Disney Sea. Disneyland is my number one overall park right now, so Disney Sea has a lot of really cool theming and everything, so I really want to go there. Phantasialand 2 and then Europa Park 3 is going to be like the bucket list parks, bucket list coasters, Ride to Happiness, and then you could, I guess, cop out, but I'll do Edgenica and Dinaconda as 2 and 3 because honestly I can't think of a third.
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess if you wanted to, Iron Gwazi would be 3 if you lumped Edgenica and Dinaconda together. And then countries, Japan and Germany would be top 2 for sure. I think Japan would be 1 because also partially because there's actually a decent chance I end up going at some point. I have connections with people who have been, and we've talked about it. So, 3, I don't know. That is a good question. I'll just, oh wait, but I've already been to the Netherlands. I can't say that. I was just gonna say since I have some familiarity with it and I want to hit up the parks there, that would be a decent pick.
You can go Belgium. That's almost the same,
eh,
from my experience at least.
man, that's well, I'll just kind of I'll say Sweden's got a lot of really good coasters. So I honestly I'll go with that. I'll just do that. We'll go Sweden.
I might have misunderstood the question, actually. I thought, is it countries for coasters or just countries? Because I said countries for coasters.
I assumed it kind of combines both because Japan and Germany would be there even outside of that.
Okay, yeah. Because I know for sure if it's just bucket list countries in general that isn't American, then for me it'd be New Zealand, Australia, and maybe Canada, but I'm not sure.
All right. Those are good picks there. UAE, I would consider it because it definitely seems interesting. But man, it's pretty expensive and there's some other things there that would bump it down a little bit. But I mean, yeah, obviously they got a lot of projects going on there too. Alrighty, so I think with that being said, we're gonna head into the news. If you have any other questions, we'll have a final Q&A at the end. So we'll be doing that later. But we're gonna be heading into our news segment. So this is pretty much, we kind of go through a few news topics in the industry that happened. These are things that happened within the last week since I did the last stream. So that being said, we're going to get started with our first bit of news, which are going to be our ride openings. So we had a few ride openings recently, some ride reopenings. Twister 3, Storm Chaser at Elitch Gardens, the reopening of the wooden coaster, that happened. It has new theming, new tunnels, and new effects. King Ducat, Six Flags Great Adventure, obviously it had its launch cable snap. That kind of went viral. That whole storyline. It is since reopened, which is good to see. We have a very bizarre sort of Gerstlauer family coaster called Bucklebahn that recently opened. It actually has a backwards last car, if you can see it. Very strange for like more of a family coaster. And it has some interesting theming around it. And then the Intamin vertical lift coaster that is called Whale Breaking the Sky roller coaster has also opened, along with the Toverland Avalon expansion, which is headlined by Gerstlauer Skyfly, right in between the helix of Phoenix over there, which is pretty neat. And then we also have some opening dates for some future attractions, which includes the entire park of Fantawild Zuja, which has that Vekoma Super Boomerang, which will be the first one in the world. And then the new indoor circus Boomba area at Plopsaland Japan is opening. That'll be headlined by an indoor dark ride. Nick, out of any of these things, which one of these attractions interests you the most?
Definitely the Intamin vertical coaster, because it's only the second one ever. I've always been really intrigued by Fahrenheit, so I think it's really cool that's finally a second one. Finally a second Intamin Eurofighter.
Yeah, I will say out of the two, I think Fahrenheit looks like it has the better layout. I might be biased because I love Fahrenheit, but it's still really cool to see for sure. And I hope we get to see more of these. And it's great to see this one has finally opened after like being under construction for years. I mean, it has been under construction for a while, so it's good to see.
Definitely.
Alrighty, next we're going to move on to our coaster announcements, and perfectly timed up with this stream was the announcement of the new Gerstlauer Eurofighter over at Tivoli Friheden, which is Vinfald. Like I said, probably completely butchered that. That is opening in 2024. We also had a few other announcements. Flash Speed Force for Warner Bros. Movie World in Australia. That's opening in April 2024. That is a relocated Intamin Surf Rider from the water park next door over there. Six Flags Fiesta Texas has closed Wonder Woman Golden Lasso Coaster. It'll be getting its phase 1 of enhancements in the fall related to mechanics and controls. Phase 2 will include a new train in 2024. That'll be later. And they've also begun teasing for a new 2024 attraction, seemingly hinting at a ride removal or relocation. And they will be making their 2024 announcement they just announced today at their FT92 event, which will take place on August 26th. And for the memes, we do have Daddy Pig's roller coaster. It is confirmed to be going to the new Peppa Pig theme park in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So if you're in Texas, a new credit has arisen. So get excited for that. But with all of that said, Nick, out of all of these, I mean, I think we kind of know which one you're most excited for. Which one of these interests you the most?
Yeah, it's not often we get thrill coasters in Denmark, so obviously Vindfeld is definitely the most intriguing for me. Also because it is a custom. We've all been in Denmark been speculating about a Eurofighter replacing Cobra for quite a lot of months at this point, but we were definitely sure it was going to be like a standard 320 plus layout and not a custom one. So it's really exciting. It looks like it's got a fun layout, even though very short. So I'm really pumped to try that next year.
Yeah, I saw some of the elements. There's this one sort of weird, like, kind of, sort of turnaround thing. I don't know what it's called, but it does kind of look like it would give airtime during it as well. There were some very interesting sort of layout choices and elements they put on this coaster. So definitely a very intriguing ride. And as you said, it's very good to see Denmark getting another thrill coaster, not something that comes around super often, and to get one that's completely unique. So that's certainly good to see.
Yeah, we'll have the oldest and the newest Eurofighter for a time, so that's exciting.
Yep, there you go. It won't last long probably, but enjoy it while you can. I mean, I don't know what Gerstlauer, if there's any other Eurofighters in construction, but my guess is you'll probably have that for a few months, maybe a year max. So
probably.
But there you go. Next, we have our construction updates. So various rides have been making some progress. We don't actually know the official name for this coaster, but the premier Skyrocket 2 that was known as Zombie Ride at Bosque Magico in Mexico. This is the Skyrocket 2 that went through its cycle twice, the only one that did it. It is in the process of being relocated to a park in Colombia, that being Salitre Magico. Track work has been completed for it, rumored to have an August opening. And then on top of that, Black Tilt Track has arrived on site at the Vekoma facility. It's unknown what it is for, but that has arrived. A Vekoma suspended family coaster that is a clone of Phoenix at Dino's Wonder Wheel is going to Vedanta World in Mexico. The track work has been completed for that. You can find that on the theme parks forums. And then another Vekoma suspended family coaster, also in Mexico, coincidentally enough, at the park Aztlan, which will be replacing La Feria, which was the park that had the Chimera accident. Track has arrived on site for their suspended family coaster as well. So Mexico is going to have 3 Vekoma suspended family coasters once all is said and done, which is very odd. 2 in Mexico City specifically. Very, very interesting, but different layouts, so should be good there. And then we also have some other things. Zocon at Fuji-Q Highland, the Intamin motorbike slash sort of multi-dimensional coaster. It's kind of similar to Hagrid's, just like obviously theming is not quite to the level, but has some similar tricks. POV has released for that. And then Six Flags Over Texas markers have been spotted as of this morning, actually, that just came out recently. Don't know if it's actually for an attraction or not, but just figured I'd put it on here since it was relatively new. You can find the post on Reddit, and the markers are over by the parking lot and picnic area. But that is our construction updates. Are there any of these attractions that interest you in any way for the construction updates?
Definitely the tilt coaster, 100%. We haven't seen one of these yet, one of the modern ones. So I'm really excited to see one of those open finally and see the POVs. I imagine they'll probably be very similar to Phoenix and Abyssus in regards to how thrilling they are, apart from the tilt element itself, of course. But I'm also really glad to see that the park with Chimera is moving along and getting something proper and investing in something to keep the interest. I think that's really good to see.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see that they're gonna keep that area is gonna stay as a park under different ownership and new ownership. But nice to see that for sure, absolutely. And then as for the tilt coaster, we'll see which one out of the projects will open first. There's 4 confirmed that are gonna be built. We know the locations of 3 of them. There's like a 4th mysterious one we don't know. But one's going to be going to Energylandia. We know that based off information that's come out. Obviously, Kotoland has announced theirs. Six Flags Kitty is getting one. We'll see where the other one goes. And seemingly this track is going to be for one of those projects. We just don't know which one it is. So it's kind of a guessing game right now. And last but certainly not least, we have sort of the big Fury 325 story. I imagine, if you're on the internet, you've heard about it at this point. It's been pretty unavoidable. So Fury 325 at Carowinds obviously closed on June 30th after a large crack was discovered in one of its supports, was spotted by guests. You could see video of it. Pretty scary looking, to be honest. And of course, there's kind of been this whole saga. People found previous photos after zooming in that the ride has a small crack in its support for at least a week prior. Should be noted that people zoomed in on the area once they saw that it was that support that had the crack. It's not like people knew it had a crack for a week before, because I've kind of seen a lot of news places cover it as if the park knew for a week. That is not what happened. And then since this happened, Carowinds has released a statement explaining that they and B&M have completed a full inspection of the ride. They will be installing a new support column that will be arriving next week, and the ride will go through testing and inspection procedures from the park, manufacturer, and state in order to get the ride opened. And as of right now, Fury 325, it's closed, and there is no true timeline for how long it will be closed or when it will reopen, but it does seem like there is progress happening for sure, and that you can expect to ride this in the not too distant future. Nick, your thoughts on this?
I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that I was at least really surprised that this could even happen. Because as far as I know, something on this scale like this has never happened before. So I really want to know exactly what went wrong, but it seems like it was a welding issue or something, maybe. but it's absolutely mind blowing, and it's even like the general public in my country is talking about it. So it's a huge thing. But I'm just really glad to see how well Carowinds has covered it. Their new press release is extremely professionally done, and was really comforting to read actually of how they're going to handle the issue and the information they give us. So I'm really glad Carowinds is so on top of things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, you wish that something like this had never happened, but it does seem like proper procedures are taking place to make sure this won't happen and that they will get this ride back open safely and everything. So that's good to see. But you're absolutely right. It was crazy. I mean, especially for you. I mean, I can't even. At least I'm in the country where it happened, so it kind of makes sense that a lot of I had a lot of people who weren't enthusiasts like reaching out to me about it, asking if I knew about it, like my thoughts on the whole thing. But yeah, it was pretty crazy how like widely covered and how sort of big this sort of story got. But like you said, it's good to see that Carolyn seems to be taking the correct course of action, and they're doing everything the way they should be. So at this point, so yep, that's pretty much it for that. Unless you want to add anything else.
Not anything in particular other than, yeah, I mean, it really is crazy. I mean, a lot of the people who reached out to me didn't even know what coaster was, or that it was one of the tallest in the world. They just knew a coaster has had this crack and stuff. So it's really wild, but yeah.
Yep, for sure. And that'll do it for the news. And there were some things I just wanted to mention that didn't actually make the news, but obviously some other thing. One of the other things is the famous backyard coaster, Shadow Stalker in New Jersey. That's being shut down by the township. Couldn't quite add that in last minute, but wanted to mention that. Obviously, unfortunate that that's happening. Seemed like a really cool project, but we'll see what happens there for that one. And as far as anything else goes, I saw Civilian Satellite mention the Intamin Hot Racer. I think I covered that last week, I'd like to say. So that's why it wasn't included. But you're right, the Intamin Hot Racer track did recently come out. Get on site at Wallaby Roan Alps, which that also looks like a pretty interesting project for sure. So there we go. Next, we're going to move into the quiz. Oh, the thing didn't come off, so there we go. I fixed it. Yep, sometimes that stuff happens. Alrighty, we're going to be moving on into the quiz. So how this works is I'm going to be pulling up a slideshow that has all the quiz questions. Actually, huge thanks to Frontier Coasters. Made the majority of this quiz. I decided to create a few unique questions, but most of this is his doing, so huge thanks to him for creating the quiz and helping make the sort of stream prep process for really the past few streams a lot nicer, because the quiz is actually one of the things that takes me the longest to set up. So huge thanks to him for bringing that to us. But with that being said, I will be bringing up the Coaster Hour quiz, and we will get started with that. Let me know in the chat if you can see it clearly. Looks like on my screen it looks pretty good. And Nick, you can participate as well in this, but you have to put your answers in the private chat, as I mentioned earlier.
Yes, sir.
So, yep, that is what we have there. This will not be an easy quiz. This will not be an easy quiz. I will say that much. If the last one is anything to go by, then yeah, it won't be easy. But it looks like everyone can see it, so I'm gonna get started with the quiz in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Oh wait, actually, before we do that, should also mention no Google, no RCDB, and no ChatGPT. Yes, Frontier Coasters added that slide. That was a good thing to add there. So those are the rules. Anyways, we'll move on to our first question now, which is, what is the oldest Schwarzkopf coaster still in operation? That is the first question. Though now I realize that may have not been the best timed question, but oh well, I guess that's where we're at this point. But anyways, what is the oldest Schwarzkopf coaster still in operation? The reason I don't go with Kahoot, I've kind of seen there's been issues with like sort of stream lag and stuff when it comes to that, and I just like to have it so everyone can participate without having two applications. But I do respect the suggestion for that.
It's a tough one.
Also should mention that what was it? Your first answer is your only answer. So we'll do that. But the timer has run out. So the correct answer for this question is actually B, Wildcat at Jolly Roger Amusement Park. It actually originally operated at Cedar Point in the early 70s. So that would be your oldest one. So that is the correct answer there. And let's see who got it right. Charged on PC got it. So that is a point there. Followed by Civilian Satellite. And Aggro as well. So, and actually a few others. Powerful Coasters also got it. Alrighty, so that's the first question. We'll move on to the second question, which is, out of these manufacturers, which one is the oldest? Which out of these manufacturers is the oldest one? Since you put it in private chat, I can already let you know that you got it right, Nick. So congrats.
Oh, let's go. Second tries the right. No, wait. Second tries the charm. That's how it is.
A lot of people going with the same answer here. Will it pay off, or will it come back to haunt like pretty much everybody? And the timer has run out, so the correct answer is C. Mock Rides is in fact the oldest. They have been operating since, I believe, like 1780. I fact checked these beforehand, so I don't have like the exact numbers in front of me, but I did fact check it once I went through it. So yes, Mock Rides is the oldest by a long shot. And it looks like mostly everybody got that one correct. Let's see. Yep. And then Mr. Cola Roaster is also on the board. Alrighty. A lot of new people on the board now. Alrighty, we'll go on to our third question, which is, who designed Blue Streak at Cedar Point? That is our third question. Who designed Blue Streak at Cedar Point? Yeah, Mauer started in the 1870s. Yep, that is correct. Still pretty old manufacturer for sure. I can also let you know, Northern Rides, that you got that one correct, too.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That one was a guess this time.
Well, it was a good one. Yeah. Time is about to run out pretty soon. I'm having a hard time talking because of dehydration after almost 6 straight days of work in 100-degree weather is starting to set in. But the correct answer is indeed C. Frank F. Hoover is the one who designed Blue Streak at Cedar Point. So there you go. That is the correct answer. I think I got everyone's in. Yep, there you go. So that is the correct answer. And we'll move on to our next question, which is, which of these coasters closed permanently before the decade of the 1990s? Out of these coasters, which of these closed permanently before the decade of the 1990s? I can tell you, Nick, that you also got that one correct.
Let's go.
And the timer has run out. The correct answer here is B, Mini Mine Train. And once again, most of you got that one right. So good job there. And we'll move on to our next question. Question number 5. What is the fastest roller coaster to ever operate in Denmark? That is our 5th question.
Oh.
Which this is one of those ones that I went out of my way to create, so. Yep, History and Leisure, you're exactly right. Screamer and Thunder Express were early 90s, and Python was kind of a random one because that closed in 2006. Like, way later.
Possible for 2 of the choices to be the correct answer.
No.
Damn.
Unfortunately, Nick, I can tell you did not get that one right.
Oh, and the one question that was related to me.
Might not be the only one.
Oh.
But the correct answer here is D. It is indeed Phoenix at Farup Summerland. Yes, I guess the ever operate kind of threw people off a little bit. Because Tornado obviously no longer exists. That is the Vekoma and Vertigo, but even still, that one was not faster than Phoenix. So, yeah.
I just remember how, like, Tornado was a really large coaster. So I just assumed maybe it was like 5 kilometers an hour faster or something.
Nope. It's like close, but it's not quite there.
Bummer.
Alrighty. And I think I have all the points in now, so we'll move on to our next question, which is, out of these listed, which coaster model from B&M is the newest? Out of the ones listed. Obviously, the Surf Coaster would be the newest if you were to go by that, but it's not on here. The Surf Coaster, or whatever the heck the SeaWorld Orlando creation is, I guess, now. But out of these, which of these is the newest? Wow, the water bottle just really died. Alright. Everyone's going for the same answer, Nick. I can tell you got it right.
That was the easiest one so far, I think.
Yeah. I mean...
But it's no secret that I looked for Surf Coaster on that list for a solid 10 seconds at least.
Yeah, I couldn't make it quite that easy, but obviously it was still pretty easy because everyone who answered got it correct. It is indeed B, family inverted coaster. And we'll move on to our next question, which is, out of these listed, what is the oldest wooden coaster still in operation? Out of these ones listed, obviously the real oldest one is not on here. But out of the ones listed on here, what is the oldest coaster still in operation? Nick, I can tell you did not get that one right.
I think I'm the only one who got it wrong, actually.
Yep, and the timer has run out. So yes, the correct answer is indeed Wild One at Six Flags America, which is over 100 years old at this point, actually. So that is the correct answer. What? Thank you. my my dad just snuck in to give me a drink. I guess he thought I was out. But I'm not on screen. But thanks to him for doing that. The correct answer is indeed C, Wild One. I will say I did ride Judge Roy's Scream. I mean, I haven't ridden these other ones, but it does ride older than it actually is. It was built in 1980, and it is
Oh
not
my
running
God.
well at
I
all.
was so far off.
Yeah, no, when I inputted into my thing, I was like, wait, this thing opened in 1980? It does not, I mean, that's a while ago, but it feels older than that. So that is the correct answer. Roller Coaster at Lagoon is not older than Wild One. Wild One would be older than that one. I would know that off the top of my head. Anyways, we'll move on to our next question. And I should have mentioned there's 10 questions in total. And this next one is, what was the first park ever acquired by the former Kennywood Entertainment Company? And acquired, so Kennywood is obviously not on this list. This would be the first one they acquired. Yep, History and Leisure, you're right on that one. Unfortunately, Nick, I can tell you that one is incorrect.
Damn.
Good guess, though. Honestly, if I would have thought it would have been that one.
I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't even sure about. I didn't really know about the fact that Kennywood Entertainment Company owned several parks. So I
Yeah.
definitely feel uneducated on that one.
Well, I mean, to be fair, all of these are currently Parque Reunidos parks, so, or Palace, I guess, but Parque Reunidos, basically. But with that being said, we have reached the end for the time limit. The correct answer here is actually B. Idlewild and Soak Zone is the correct answer. So we'll move on to our next question, which is, who founded Cedar Point? That is our next question. Who founded Cedar Point? And the timer has begun. So there's going to be 10 questions in total. I can tell you that Agro is in the lead as of right now. Nick, I can also tell you that one is incorrect, unfortunately.
Ah, frick.
But let's see what the chat thinks.
Y'all are making me feel dumb.
I mean, to be it's not the easiest of quizzes, although it's not as brutal as the last one. The last one I was like, oh my goodness, because I mostly fact check the questions and I don't really consider how hard they are since I'm not the one making it. And I was like, oh wow. So Frontier Coasters, this is good difficulty here. Because a decent amount of answers are being answered correctly. Correct answer for this question is B. We ran out of time there, and that is I'm Louis Zistel. That is the person who originally founded Cedar Point. So yep, there you go. And we'll move on to our final question before the, I guess, depending on how this goes, tiebreakers or bonus questions. But out of these listed, which coasters from Intamin open first? Yep, Frontier Coasters, like I said, this is a good difficulty. Yeah, because the last one we had like multiple questions where no one got it right. And it was like, oh boy. Nick, I can also tell you that that is not correct.
Oh, it's got to be close though.
It was. It was. I'll give you that. There's one answer on here that I'm not going to spoil that's like kind of way out of the way compared to the rest in terms of timing. But I'll mention that one when we get there. Alright, so the timer has hit. So I will put a thing in chat. Or actually, no, I can already see it. Already, so the correct answer for this question is D. Yukon Quad at La Pal.
I honestly thought that was maybe the newest one of them all.
The newest is actually Copperhead Strike. That
Oh,
one's
wow.
actually the outlier of the bunch. So let me input all of the things. And let's see, Mason Coasters on the board already. So we have a winner for this. I'm a little questioning if any rules were broken because a 10 out of 10 just seems a little unlikely out of this. But if so, Aggro is the winner with 10 points, followed by Mr. Color Roaster who had 8 points. Mr. Color Roaster always dominates in these. So not surprised there. And actually, Civilian Satellite also got 8 points. So very good there.
GG.
And then in third is like a multiple way tie between Drafts. I don't know if I'm saying the name correctly, so I apologize if I mispronounce. History and Leisure and Charged on PC with 5 points. Nick, you were very close. You had 4 points in total. So there you go. Alrighty, so we'll move on to our bonus questions. These are just more for fun at this point, since we are not in need of a tiebreaker, but we'll still throw out the bonus questions. This is the other question I was referring to. True or false? Puritan was the first ever Intamin Megalite to open. True or false? I can tell you got that one right, Nick. Yep.
Yeah,
That is
but
correct.
I know it's really close. It's by months basically.
Yep.
If it's wrong or right.
Hey, Aggro got one wrong. I guess, I think the timer had just about run out. Actually, right there. I accidentally said it a little early. But the correct answer is indeed false. Kawasemi was actually the first Intamin Megalite to ever open, but like I said, Nick said, by a few months. So there you go. I mean, this is a bonus question, so this was more. There's no points here, but yes, false was the correct answer. And then we'll move on to our final bonus question, and this one is I thought was really difficult, and I actually moved it as a tiebreaker. But this question is, which manufacturer out of the ones listed has never made an inverting ride of any kind? Which manufacturers out of these listed has never made an inverting ride of any kind? And Nick, I mean, hey, you got both bonus questions right. I can let you
Let's
know
go.
that much.
Hey, I'm at 50% then. 6 out of 12. I caught up.
You did it. There you go. And keep in mind, I guess, like, these aren't necessarily coasters. We're also talking about flat rides here. So some manufacturers that you wouldn't necessarily expect to have made an inverting ride, well, you may end up being surprised. So about 10 seconds left. And that is going to wrap it up. Alrighty, so the correct answer for this question, and Nick, I believe you were the only one who got it right, which is even more funny.
The comeback.
This is why it was a tiebreaker. The correct answer is C, Wisdom Rides. Yes, they have made many flat rides, but they have never made an inverting one, so far as I could research, and I tried digging as far as I could. I could not find anything. Believe it or not, Alan Herschel actually did make inverting flat rides. I believe the Looper over at Knoebels is actually an Alan Herschel. I know that they made some other ones. But yes, they did actually make inverting flat rides, believe it or not. Crazy. Yep, Alan Herschel Looper. That's at Knoebels. Senyo Kogyo, they have made inverting coasters. And actually, no one guessed SBF Visa, which, I mean, makes sense because they actually do have some inverting flat rides. And even an inverting coaster. So there you go. That is the correct answer, and that is the quiz. So thanks to everyone who played, and we'll move on to our next segment, which is another interactive segment. And if you've seen Airtime Thrills, he's a former guest of mine. He basically came up with this video idea, kind of taking it from like sports shows and stuff, known as Buy or Sell, which is basically is where basically someone gives you a take or prediction, and the people are gonna like buy or sell if they think it's gonna happen or not, or if they like the idea or not. So this is the buy or sell segment. I asked Airtime Thrills for permission to use it since he, brought it to the coaster community, and he was happy to let me do it because I was doing like a prediction style segment at the time, which wasn't super interactive, and I'm like, oh, that kind of fixes that. So we're gonna be doing buy or sell next. Give us your takes, give us your predictions for things in the coaster and theme park industry, or maybe even some things outside of it, and we'll buy or sell them. So that is going to be our buy or sell segment. Alrighty. Let's see. One of the meme coasters. Oh, you're doing an example. Oh, I was like, I thought you were at, yeah, no. Do you know what Bisbee's airship, or spiral airship is?
No, I was thinking so hard.
Look up on our CDB. It's kind of become a meme coaster. Like whenever we guess the coaster, it gets guessed a lot. It's basically this cursed suspended coaster from the early 1900s.
What am I looking at? Oh my god, it's old.
Yeah, it's pretty cursed.
I mean, it's more than 100 years ago, so I guess I can, without worry, ask, did somebody die on this thing?
I don't think so, but I wouldn't know.
I can't imagine this was very safe at that time.
I'll show it on screen. That's a good idea. So this is the for anyone who's like wondered what this weird ride is, this is it. It's an old suspended coaster from the 1900s. You can see here on our CB. Very cursed looking. Was built over 100 years ago, and that's about what I would expect from a suspended coaster built over 100 years ago. Is that it would look this janky.
I'm buying RMC Bisbee Spiral. I think that's possible. For sure.
Yep, or they could single rail do it. Yep, just make the exact same layout just with single rail.
Exactly.
My goodness. But yeah, like I said, so you'll like predictions for like what's going on in the industry, or like I said, anything else. Alrighty, so Bisbee Spiral Airship. I've actually been to the beach and area where this would have operated. Just obviously nowhere near when it actually happened. I've been to Long Beach, and I've probably been pretty close to the area where it once was. Let's see. Buy or sell, Nick gets 5,000 subscribers. I buy it.
I mean, yeah, me too. I won't set a timeline for it, but it's definitely going the right way, for sure. I'm really, really grateful for that.
2,400 is about what you're at right now, is that correct?
Yeah, just over that. Yeah, yeah. It's going really fast in the summer compared to in the winter, so I'm really hyped about it.
Yep, that's good. And yeah, I think you're gonna get it, so I definitely buy it.
I'm gonna throw it right back at you too.
The problem, you see, this is kind of tricky because the problem is, I mean, so for one, at this point, I think I've kind of mentioned this on the channel. I do it kind of more as a hobby, more for fun. Growth is just with these streams, it's very hard to do because it's such long form content and everything. It's just hard to get people to buy into the idea, like especially new viewers, to like watch it. Even if I bring in like huge guests, like I mean, obviously I've had like Theme Park Crazy, Airtime Thrills, Ultra Orion. It's like for whatever reason, it's just like sustaining and actually getting people who will subscribe is pretty difficult with the kind of content I do. So perhaps eventually, but I would have to incorporate other kinds of content, which I do plan on trying to do once the timing works out. But I think it'll happen eventually, but not anytime super soon.
I believe in it, 100%.
Yep. Bisbee Spiral Airship. No, it's not. No, it's unfortunately, as much as I'd like to see some cursed thing like that.
Give it back. We need that thing.
Bisbee Spiral Airship.
They could bring back Zambezi Zing, or they can bring back this.
Oh god, single rail Titan track oh wait, no, single rail Piscetti Bowl track. Here we go.
Oh yes.
Oh man, you know what? I'm tempted. I have a guy I interviewed. I might like pitch the idea out to him.
I'll for sure do that.
He helped with the design of some of those things, so why not?
That's so cool. Yeah, definitely throw that at him.
Let's see. Very specific thing from History and Leisure, and I have not been to these parks. Perhaps maybe you've been to one of them. Been to Legoland, either of these Legoland parks.
Yeah, so Legoland Billund does have one of those kook arms. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I never got to ride it when it was here in California, unfortunately. But they did remove it a while back, unfortunately, so...
Yeah, I rode it for the first time this spring, actually. I didn't even realize who the manufacturer was before then, but I definitely think it's going away. It's had a lot of closure in past years. In fact, this year was the first time I ever visited when it wasn't closed, and I've been to that park many times. And it's hidden in the back. Not a lot of people know about it, and only half of the arms are running sometimes. There are like 4 arms in there. I definitely think it's going away. Either that, or they're making an entire retheme of the area, maybe like really branding it. But I could definitely see it go away. I'm buying that.
Yep, I'm buying that. Just because I mean they've removed it from one location. If you say it has a decent bit of downtime, then it seems like a pretty easy candidate there.
Mm.
For sure. Buy or sell. Everland in South Korea will do a refurb of T Express like eventually. Yeah, I buy it because our other option is gonna be like getting rid of it and replacing it with something else. So yes, I buy it. And we've seen, Colossus got a refurb. Balder actually, I mean, not to the theming level, but it actually did get extensive work done. El Toro, sort of by necessity, has had significant work done. So yes, I do believe they will give T Express a significant refurbishment at some point in the next few years.
I 100% agree. It's inevitable. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, the only reason it hasn't happened yet is because it's the newest one,
Yeah.
by a decent amount of years actually. I think like 3 years. So, um, and I don't know how their maintenance is like, but they might. I wouldn't. I guess I don't know. Maybe they're like also like really on top of it, but I wouldn't know that for sure. I've heard different things on that ride just based off the few reviews out there.
Yeah, I'm not really that updated on exactly how things are going over there either, but I've seen nothing about it being refurbished yet. So
No. Um, I don't play Among Us, so I can't buy or sell if Among Us will make a comeback next year.
I've played a lot of Among Us with friends and my sister. Um, I don't know. I mean, it's dead as a meme, but the game isn't dead. So uh, it won't make a meme comeback. Let me say it like that.
Yeah, I don't think I think at the it had a long run as a meme.
Hmm.
It seemed like, so I don't think it'll come back. I'm no expert on that, but it just doesn't seem like it would in that sense. Buy or sell Six Flags Over Texas gets a giga. Um, I know you want to see it. I know you've made a video on it. We were discussing it earlier because of the marketers found it over Texas. I'm still gonna sell until we really get a good idea of what Six Flags is exactly doing next year. I can't buy it, simply put. So I will have to sell it for now.
I'm selling it too. I've not even heard of this as a possibility, but I simply don't see it as possible in any near future, especially with the new direction Six Flags is going right now. I don't see this as a necessity for them in any way.
Yeah, well, we're still figuring out a lot of what Six Flags is doing right now because next
Yeah,
year
it's confusing.
because they were like going more the beautification route and like improving in other areas, but they completely backtracked off that and they actually reallocated a lot of money towards they're actually gonna have their biggest year in terms of like spending on attractions next year,
Oh,
in history. But it's kind of like, okay, what exactly will that look like? It's still kind of up in the air in terms of what that's going to look like. They've made a lot of changes and switches like in very rapid fashion. So it's like I said, once we kind of see like the first few Six Flags announcements, I think that might give us an idea of what's going on. Which there will be some announcements, but we'll see what those are in the next few months, for sure.
yeah, I had no idea they were spending that much money, so definitely looking out for Six Flags Day.
Let's see. You're so why we by yourself. Sweden is better than Denmark in almost every way.
Banned. Ban
Damn.
them. So I don't know if you know this, Carrick, but I mean, from an outsider's perspective, I'm sure it looks like Danes and Swedes love each other. But from an insider's perspective, there's no one we hate more. Um, like you know how sometimes like Brits like hate Frenchmen.
Yeah.
Like multiply that by 10, and it's about Danes and Swedes. Also because they owe us land, and because they think they're better than us. So no, I'm joking, of course, but let you know, sell.
I haven't been to either, so I cannot comment.
All I can say is we need Skåne back. My friend from Stockholm approves that.
Nice. Alrighty, let's see. Uh, Man, there's either quite a few messages or there's quite a few. I didn't put a time limit at 40, like when the clock hits 40, like 12:40 for me, we'll stop taking questions, but we'll go through all of them that have been asked at this point for buy or sell. Let's see. History and Leisure was saying that in addition to the removal of the Kuka arm, they would replace it with a flying theater. I don't know the land situation, but I know we've been seeing a lot of those at Legoland parks. So that would kind of make sense if they were to do that. It's in the back area of the park, you said too, so probably could use something like that. So I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the. I actually meant the Danish one there. That's the one that's the back of
Oh,
the park. But if they don't already have the flying theater in Legoland Deutschland, then that would be a very high likelihood because they're like all the Legoland parks are getting flying theaters now.
yeah, I'll buy it because that actually makes sense. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yes. I did say that I'd rather go to Sweden than Denmark when I mentioned bucket list countries. That is true. I was more thinking about it from a coaster perspective, though. I wouldn't. Which sorry,
That's
I
based.
mean, yeah,
No. I'm. You know, I hope you know. I'm like everyone knows. I'm kidding. Like it's a joke. But yeah.
yeah.
Sweden does have some really based parks, so I mean it's higher for me as well in that regard for sure.
Let's see what else. Coffee is better than tea. I don't even like either, but I think I'd rather have tea than coffee, so I will sell that.
I don't like tea, but I drink coffee every day, so bye.
All right. Well, that yep. I mean, yeah, I can respect that for sure.
You have to get used to it though, to be fair.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of funny because like it feels like people it's like most people it's like it's either one or the other, and then it's just like it's like for me it's like neither. So I'm kind of weird, I guess. Let's see. Buy or sell. Coaster Studios is, I guess, in this instance, favorite theme park YouTuber. Um, I know. I guess a while back I did actually have a like sort of ranking of them, right? But it's kind of like I have. There's other channels that I like watch more of, like more consistently. So for that reason, I'll sell that. But obviously, one of the sort of original sort of pioneers for doing coaster YouTube stuff, and was one of the channels that inspired me to make a channel. So I like it's I can see why a lot of people have a lot of respect and enjoy his content. But nowadays I don't watch his stuff super often. So for that reason I will say sell for now.
I'll also personally say sell in some perspective. He's not my personal favorite to watch either, but I will say in some ways he definitely is near the top, like with quality and camera work and stuff like that. He's really,
Yeah.
both of them are really, really good at what they do. But it really depends on like what someone means by the best YouTuber. Like, is how interesting it is what topics, and it's a really broad question in the end. But yeah, I'm on the same pace as you, basically.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, footage is obviously still excellent. I mean, can always count on that for sure. And production quality in that regard. Let's see. Oof. I don't even know if I want to touch Jetline. Just because there's so much. I understand the question and like but the investigation is still ongoing. So I think it's just I'm gonna avoid speculating on what's gonna happen with that ride. If you're okay with that, Nick.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's probably the wise move there.
I'm kind of waiting for like some more official releases as well to talk any more about it.
Yeah, I understand. A lot of people are talking about it and speculations out there and whatnot, but I'm not gonna go there right now. Buy or sell, Europe will get a Giga coaster someday. I'm I would personally sell this because there's I mean I guess hyper coasters are sort of branded in Europe, but Giga Coaster doesn't like from a marketing standpoint. Since you're on the metric system, it just doesn't really have the same weight. So it doesn't really make like what's the difference between making like a 200 like 60-foot tall hyper like in Hyperion's case
Mm.
uh to like a 301-foot tall coaster? Is it really that big of a difference over there? I wouldn't think so, but maybe I'm wrong, but I would say so.
Yeah, the point you're making about because we use the metric system is a very good point. Like we're not going to see a park say we're the first to hit 91 meters. Let's go, you know. No, I mean, we have one already. We have Red Force, but outside
Yes.
of that one, I don't. I'm gonna sell it too because it's just not. People don't care enough about the records and bigger, better that way. We are so much more focused on like the overall experience and completion, I guess, in theming and everything, and family stuff as well. I guess. I don't know. We're Europe is just not one of those. The bigger, the better places. So I just don't see any park being interested in it.
Yeah,
But
that
hypercoasters for sure.
yeah, I mean, like pretty much everything there, yeah, makes total sense. Red Force, by the way, for those who don't know, first coaster I ever rode in Europe. Very odd one to have ridden the tallest and fastest one there as the literal first, but fun fact if you didn't know. Buy or sell? Oh no, I haven't ridden it, but I really, I believe the hype for this ride, so I'm gonna sell. I'm sorry. I truly believe this coaster is something special, even though I haven't ridden it. I think it's one that I would, especially for my preferences and my tastes, I think I would really, really enjoy it. So I gotta say sell for that reason.
I'm on the fence. I'm gonna I'm gonna sell it. But that's because I understand why some people are saying it's like the best coaster ever, and why people have it as their favorite. It's not even in my top five. Um, but I completely understand why you would have it there. So I wouldn't say it's overrated. It's just I don't personally find it as outstanding as some other people, I guess. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna sell it too.
that's fair. Yeah, I know you have it as your six overall, at least as from the
Yeah, it's
video.
just outside of it. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, I can't deny how bad shit crazy it is. I'm not sure if I was allowed to swear.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you're good. You're good. You're good. No, it does look insane. Let's see. Buy or sell, Nick gets more credits than Villas.
Sell, sell. Villas has 200. He's close to 300 now, I think.
Oh,
And I'm at 136. And pretty much whenever I visit almost whenever I visit new parks now, it's on trips with him. So I don't think that's gonna happen.
dang. So it's yeah. So it like pretty much is literally impossible from that standpoint.
Maybe. I mean, when I go to Energylania with him one day, he's been there already, so got a bit of catching up there to do. But otherwise, no, not really.
130. That's actually more. I don't know why. I thought you would have. I thought maybe you would have had less. No, 136 is a good number.
Oh yeah, I got a recent like really big boost. I had 87 or 86 last year, and then I think I got like 48 new credits last year, which is by far the most I've ever gotten in a year. Oh, and that was all in a couple of months over the summer. So it would make sense why you would think less, especially considering where I'm located as well.
Yeah, no, that is actually quite a bit. And 48 in a year. I think my record was 40-41. So wow, that is quite a bit.
It was more than 50% of what I had, so I was exhausted. on I have a lot of lists, like a lot of different credit lists I write, so that took a while to fix out.
Oh my, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I kind of have one thing that's pretty like it just has the credits, it has some info and whatnot, and so it just
Mm.
kind of goes through there and like ranking everything. But oh man, yeah, I would imagine that would definitely shift things around and be sort of a pain to input and everything. So
But see, that's a smart thing to do. Like you do is just have one list with like all the info on it. I don't. I went the much more complicated way, and was not a good idea. But it's too late now.
yeah, I know some people have like a list of like their ranking and then like by order of when they rode them. Problem is, there's no way I would have had to have started out so long ago. There's no
Mm.
way I could be like I have the year I wrote it, but there's no way I could be like, yeah, I rank them in terms of which was the first I wrote it. Because some coasters also, it's like the Legoland ones, it's like I know I rode one or two of them way back in like before I was an enthusiast, but I don't know which ones specifically. Like I know I rode the dragon one. I don't know if I did the wild mouse or the kitty coaster, but I rode those in more recent years, so I was able to confirm that I've at least ridden those. But it's
Yeah.
kind of
Yes.
complicated.
There were some that I was unsure about from my past as well. I've tried to figure out like which number credit every ride I've got or every coaster I've ridden is at this point, but a lot of them like pre 2015 are just guesses really. I just know like what my first coaster was, but then all the way up to 2015 is kind of a guess which the order I wrote things in. But now
Yeah,
I know somewhat.
the only thing is like I keep track of milestone credits, but that's like it. Like I that's like I can't. I can respect people who are able to like have it all there, but it's just like there's no way that I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah.
do that. Um,
Yeah, it's a psychopath thing to do. It really is.
yeah, I have to draw the line at some point. So
Mm.
okay, so by yourself, Falcon's flight will open in 2024. It is scary how fast the progress is going for that ride. Because I think a few weeks ago, I was like, oh, there's no way. And now you're kind of seeing, like, I saw a picture, I think it was posted on Reddit. It's like literally thousands of feet of track are, like, just now up. It's like, I don't even know. The only thing is they kind of have to have the infrastructure in place, like a plaza and everything around it also to get it open. So it's kind of like, I still think it faces an uphill battle and I still don't think it will open in 2024. But they are making it a little more interesting than I expected in terms of if it'll happen or not.
I'm on the same page. There's so much that needs to be done, and the rest of the park as well.
Yeah.
2024 is like years before I think it could be possible, even though they're saying something else. But and I'm also there where I'm still not believing it'll open before it happens, just because. Not to be offensive or anything, but Saudi Arabia doesn't have the best track record of
Yep.
opening record-breaking projects. Like the world's tallest tower, they just
Yep.
stopped with that for like 10 years and haven't continued since.
Yeah, that's also something there. It's kind of like have there's reason to think that just out of absolutely nowhere it could just stop and then that it just never happens. So
Exactly.
that also definitely is a part of it. Let's see. By yourself, Kitty is a success. Six Flags will try to brand themselves internationally within the next 20 years. Like, I could see them doing the same thing. Like, if there's like an upcoming park in uh, China or somewhere else that's like kind of it's not connected to like other chains or whatever. They're not like spending anything on Kidia. They're just giving them the brand name to use. If it's successful, they'll probably do like the exact same thing because it's just a cheap way to get their like name out there. Like cheap for them, obviously. I'm not saying Kitty is a cheap project because it's not, but um, yes, I would buy it.
I definitely buy it as well. If this park really is a success, they definitely won their name. several places. They want them in Asia. They absolutely want somewhere in Europe again, and maybe even I could even see somewhere in Oceania, like Australia or something.
Yep. Yeah, but like I said, it'd probably be something where they just kind of give them the brand name. I don't think it'd be something where they would like literally try to acquire parks again, because that didn't work out very well for them when they, well, built and acquired parks over in Europe. That didn't really work out so well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it did create a decent amount of parks that are great nowadays, but didn't really work out for Six Flags super well.
Nope.
Buy or sell, will Oklahoma City get a big amusement park? They already have Frontier City, and I don't think they're going to go beyond that, so I'm going to say sell.
I'm also gonna say sell, but I'm not that knowledgeable on that area in particular. But the only thing I can think of is how like risky is it with tornadoes. But honestly, that's as far as my knowledge goes.
That is, I think there's a decent amount of places that are kind of built in areas where that happens, so I don't think it'd be anything too unique there. The only thing is Oklahoma City they have Frontier City already. Six Flags Over Texas is drivable distance away. And then also, if you want to I mean, I don't know how like general public does this, but if you want to like make a road trip out of something from that state, it's actually a pretty good one to like kind of do that, because you can hit stuff on the way and on the way back. Like Silver Dollar City is doable, and so no, I don't think so. I think Frontier City is kind of, I don't really see why anyone would want to take the risk of trying to even compete with that place, since it's already established. It's pretty decent size, especially compared to what a startup park would be. So have to sell it there. Let's see. Buy or sell, Six Flags Over Texas will remove La Vibora. That ride was probably yes, because it would be the sensible thing to do in a lot of ways. The capacity of that ride is so horrible. I mean, I have never seen a ride like literally, if it has 30 people there, it's gonna take like 15 to 20 minutes like minimum, just because of how horrible the capacity is. So it's like, I mean, the capacity is terrible. It does not ride the best at all nowadays. It was already a relocated coaster that I don't even think was supposed to last this long, because it was part of the ride relocation program back in like the 80s. So yeah, probably will get removed. I'll be kind of sad because it's really janky and like kind of bad, but it's kind of in a fun way. Although anytime it goes from the lift hill track to the actual bobsled is brutal. The transition to that is like actually really bad, but it's kind of interesting. But yeah, I'll buy that it'll get removed.
I wasn't really aware of those problems that you mentioned, but then because of that, and also because it's a dying model, I'll also buy it. But same as you, I really hope not, because I've always known that ride since I was little, because I remember it so vividly from Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Oh, really?
Because of the colors. So it's just always been iconic to me. I want them to keep that.
Yeah, if you ever go there though, that has to be you have to rope drop it, because otherwise you're not riding it. Because yeah, like I was, I think, first or second bobsled of the day. So I think it was second, because I think there was one group that just beat us to there, but we were pretty close. Let's see. Buy or sell, Six Flags Fiesta Texas Pandemonium is the ride being teased to leave and will be relocated to another park. This is for the teasing that's sort of going on with Fiesta Texas. I actually don't think so. I don't think I can talk about it because it hasn't circulated online enough to the point where I want to bring it up. I just know there's been some light discussion in a Discord server, but I haven't heard it anywhere else. But I've heard a rumor that I don't know how much I believe it, but definitely wouldn't line up with that. So I'm gonna say sell. I know it's kind of been on the chopping block for a while, but I don't know. I don't think they're gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna sell.
I don't have a stance on this one really because I had no idea there was any teasing of it leaving. I don't know enough about this to to give or buy or sell, to be honest.
That's fair. Actually, I guess I don't think it's being sold anymore, but did you try the Grimace Shake?
I gotta remember what that is. Wait,
Wait,
what is this?
the Grimace Shake? It was like a big meme for like a few days or like a few weeks. It was the shake that McDonald's put out for Grimace's birthday. It was this Grimace Shake, and
Oh,
there
I
was all
found
these
it.
TikToks and videos being made of people trying it, and like either they died or something horrible happened right after they drank it. Um,
When did this happen?
like within like the last week.
Oh, I
It
mean,
was like really recent.
I don't have TikTok, so that's probably why I haven't seen it. I'm staying away from that
Yeah,
app, honestly.
I don't have TikTok either, but even outside of that, it's like been hard to ignore
Mm.
because a lot of people have been talking about it. My brother
As
has. My brother tried. I both me and my brother tried it. Um, it tasted very weird. It was like it
it's
was
a
like a
purple drink,
yeah,
so
it had a vanilla base, but it had this like weird berry sort of birthday cake flavor type of thing. And
oh.
I tried it. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care for this. My brother enjoyed it quite a bit more than me. I
See now. Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good. That was about all I had to say.
I want to try it now because now I'm curious. But I mean, when I just quickly Google it, there we don't have it here, and I haven't seen an ad for it. But
Oh,
I saw
really?
people have tried to Google like Grimace Shake Denmark because I think people want to know if it's here. I guess it's not.
Probably not allowed due to like the food coloring regulations or whatever.
Maybe. I mean, I'm going to Germany next week, so maybe it'll be there.
Maybe. Yeah. Let's see. But yep, that's the Grimace Shake. If anyone else has tried it, give your thoughts in chat. Buy or sell, there will be a new big manufacturer, like I guess like a new one that hasn't been created, I assume, that will come about in the next 30 years. Buy. I mean, 30 years is a long time. And RMC, like just going off the top of the last 30 years, RMC, I guess B&M has just barely now existed for over 30 years. But I mean, they're like right at the cusp of that. Um, GCI, Gravity Group, both formed within the last 30 years. Obviously, Skyline's still new, and we'll see if they become a player. But Skyline as well. Like, there's a lot of manufacturers that have already right there. I could name off. So I buy it absolutely. Nick.
I also definitely buy it. It's a long time, and we keep seeing like new, really innovative stuff in the theme park industry right now, especially at IAPA. So I will not be surprised if within the next 5 years there'll be a new manufacturer with something really innovative that maybe gets like a really good head start and becomes a household name.
Yep. Actually, I just thought of these other ones. I think Premier Rides is within the last 30 years, I'd like to say. If not, they're close. And S&S is in the same boat. So, like, already right off the bat right there, like, I could just give you a bunch of them. So, absolutely. Let's see. Man, how many do we still have? Okay, not too many. I was like, we're getting a lot, which is good. But I was not expecting this much. And a lawnmower or something else. Some other machines going off. Buy or sell, Six Flags New England will receive a new coaster in either 2024 or 2025. I don't believe in 2024, but they are in a pretty lengthy drought, and they did remove a coaster. And if Six Flags is beginning to add coasters again next year, like I think they will be, I certainly could see it, so I will buy it for 2025.
I also buy it for 2025. I don't think there's any way something will come next year, and if there is, I think it will be delayed until 2025 maybe. So I think 2025 makes a lot of sense. They definitely need something, especially to replace Goliath as well at some point.
Yep. So yeah, probably gonna happen. Buy or sell Wildfire at Kilmartin is better than Falcon at Faroup's Summerland. Therefore, Sweden is better.
You win this round.
Is
That
that
that was that was sneaky. I mean, yeah, that's like saying Steel Vengeance is better than Daddy Pep. No, wait, Daddy Pepper Pig's Coaster is better. That's like saying Steel Vengeance is better than Blue Streak. Then let's put it like that. Yeah, Wildfire is amazing.
Yep. Well, I'll mention it again later in one of our other segments, but yeah, Wildfire definitely looks fantastic. Buy or sell Japan will experience a coaster resurgence in the next 15 years. Um like if you're talking about manufacturing, like, you know, because they used to have manufacturers, no, because I just don't believe that's gonna happen. But like that they're gonna be getting a bunch of coasters here and there. I think we'll see some projects, but I don't think it's gonna be anything that's like out of the norm and like unusual for them. Because like even within like the last 15 years, I guess it has been a little dry, but they've gotten Takabisha, Hakuge, the craziest 4D free spin ever known to man, B&M Flyer. Like they've gotten decent projects, so I'm gonna say sell because I don't think it'll be anything like crazier than what we've seen in the last like 15 years.
I completely agree. I don't think there'll be like a huge new revolution of roller coasters in Japan compared to what it is now. It's going at a decent pace already, so I'll stay the same probably.
Yeah, like Nagashima will probably get something. Depending on the fate of Dodonpa, Fuji-Q might look for a replacement because we have still no idea what's going on with that ride.
Oh, I hope it reopens.
I know, I'm gonna be so disappointed if it doesn't, but it's like we haven't heard anything about it in a while, and
Scary.
yeah, I know. I really want.
I want to ride that, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'll still be cool with Edge and Ika being there because I mean that park will certainly still be worth visiting with that. But oh man, I that's another huge bucket list coaster, and that'd be a massive shame if it didn't reopen.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic. It's taken a while, and I don't know. It just kind of feels like I feel like we would have known by now if their plan was to get rid of it.
I think I could see them turn down the speed, and then perhaps. I mean, there's already a lot of trims going into the vertical loop, so they could turn down the speed and then maybe remove some of those trims to keep the speed going at the end, because it's the launch that's the problem.
Well,
So
I've heard it may be related to the trains and or restraints because they had to change it after they did the top hat. So the ride didn't have, I don't believe it had over the shoulder restraints in the past. And so, you know, people like leaning back, I think that's just kind of how it was explained to me. So leaning back, it's like, oh, well, you only have like kind of a lap bar. So it's like, yeah, you're going to lean back. But now it has over the shoulder restraints. So I think people were like thinking that perhaps people were more inclined to, you know, like kind of hunch forward in their over the shoulder restraints on a ride where you really need to have your head back. And that is potentially what caused the whiplash. That's not like anything confirmed. That was just kind of something I saw get thrown out there. I'm like, that actually kind of makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, even just on Tornado at Bakken, they operators like really specify keep your head back because of how violent the drop is on that one, and that's far less than that launch. So that makes a lot of sense, actually.
So my hope is if that's actually like part of the reason, then that's something that seems relatively fixable. The only thing is, I don't know if the loop forces them to have over the shoulder restraints or they could like not do it. I don't know what the solution there is, but I feel like if that's one of the things that caused the problem, there could be a fix there that isn't too insanely difficult. But we'll see what happens. Buy or sell, Nick is the coolest person in Denmark.
That's not true. So I'm sorry, but we have a chain smoking queen that goes out of supermarkets with sausage rolls in her hand. That's cool.
Dang, yeah, I don't like real. Wait, like that's the
There's like a famous photo of our queen literally going out of a supermarket with a pig in a blanket and a cigar and a juice box, or not a cigar, a cigarette, and I'm pretty sure it's 100% legitimate. And she's 80 something.
dang. Yeah, that is pretty epic.
But not to be fair, we have a lot. I mean, we have who do we have? We've got Matt Mikkelsen and stuff like that. I don't. I'm not better than Matt Mikkelsen. Come on.
Dang.
But thank you.
But yeah, that is high praise.
That
Let's
is
see.
really, really honoring.
Let's see. Someone asked for a subscriber thing. By 2024, will I reach 2.5K? What am I at? 2,200? Sure, I'll buy it. That's not that much, but I mean, with how the channel's been growing lately, that does seem a little out there. But one thing will, if I get one thing to work out, it'll grow. So, I'll buy it. Let's see, and I think, okay, I think we reached the last question. Here we go for buy or sell. Germany will have their own coaster wars soon.
I mean,
But
that's
you
a tough one.
couldn't you sort of say they kind of have? I mean, maybe it's like not being talked about and publicized, but like they got Karnan and Tehran within pretty quick succession of each other. Fantasia Land's been building up. Europa Park, they're spending on new projects with Voltron. I would kind of argue that it sort of kind of is happening already. But maybe like if you're saying like to a crazy degree, like absolute like crazy record breaking world class projects like every year, like boom 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 boom, I would sell that. But I kind of feel like it's already sort of happening. So I guess in that sense, if it's like gonna keep going, I'll say buy, like the rate that it's been right now.
I'm gonna sell it in the. I'm not gonna say like there's no coaster war really. I don't think the parks are like trying to outdo each other in any way. Like they're definitely adding stuff, but I think they're just thinking about themselves really and not really caring about like especially if you look at Heide Park. That's a big park, and in Denmark, pretty much everyone knows Heide Park to be the place with the cool coasters. But they haven't gotten anything really noteworthy in many years at this point. So I think as long as they don't really care about the other parks, I don't think there's really a war. But they're definitely adding at a good pace, though, in the country.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, like a decent amount of the major parks are kind of their own thing. They're not like Europa Park and Heidi Park. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you can't really compare those so much.
I mean, Skyline Park might do something with that Gerstlauer hypercoaster. I don't know, but
Yeah, that project, we'll see how that goes. That seems crazy.
makes no sense.
Do we have any idea like what that even is gonna look like, or we just know it's a Gerstlauer hyper?
I think that's all I think we do have stats on it, actually.
Yeah, I think we have stats. Let's see, RCDB, Skyline Park. And yeah, 3,937 feet long and 229 feet tall.
That's actually a pretty short length, isn't it, for a hybrid coaster?
Yeah, but it's probably gonna be some like cannibal type ride is my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like a true like hyper where it's like Gerstlauer's take on like the traditional hyper. But I mean that would still be pretty sick to see what that will end up looking like.
It's definitely gonna be exciting. I'm there when that opens, if it does.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, so I think that'll wrap it up for buy or sell. Long segment, good segment, a lot of good questions and predictions and takes there. And with that being said, we'll move on to our next game segment, which will be our Guess the Coaster game. So for anyone who is new, basically how this works is me and Nick are going to kind of rotate between each other. But we will have a coaster we're thinking of, or in my case, I will have a coaster that I find in RCDB that's recognizable enough. And you in the chat will try to guess the coaster based off clues and questions that you ask in the chat. If you're still confused by like the description, you'll get the hang of it and figure it out pretty quickly here. So with that being said, I will start. So I have a coaster that I have, and those of you in the chat will try to guess what it is. And then Nick, kind of same rules. You can put your questions in like the normal chat, but your actual answer put in the private chat, if that makes sense.
Okay.
For your guesses. So that's how that will work. And the reason I'm having you type it instead of asking it like the questions out is because I need to like keep track of the questions in the chat, and going back and forth between a voice in the chat would be like pretty difficult.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alrighty, so we have our first few questions. This coaster is not blue, and the country it is in it does not use the euro. It is a steel coaster, but it is not in the US. It is not a B&M, but it does have inversions. So it is a steel coaster with inversions in a country that does not use the euro. It is not on the East Coast. It is not at a chain park. Can confirm. It is not in the US, and it is not over 4,000 feet long. It is not in Europe. It's not in Denmark, but it is in Asia. Yep. So it is in Asia. We have an Asian coaster. It is not Arashi. It is not in China, but it is in Japan. Yep. It is not Ejinika. But we do have a steel coaster with inversions in Japan. It is not Takabisha. And it is not... it is not an inverted or flying coaster, but it is a Togo coaster. So yes, it is a coaster from Togo. It is not Hakuge. It is not launched. It is not... It is at Nagashima Spa Land. So we have a Togo coaster at Nagashima Spa Land. It is not Acrobat. It is not Flying Dinosaur. It is not Bandit. It is not Big Boom. It is not Mega Coaster. Northern Rides, you got it, but I'll let the chat get it in a bit. Charged on PC was the first one to get it. It is Ultra Twister at Nagashima Spa Land. So that is the correct answer.
I forgot the name of it. I asked Pipe Coaster.
It's good enough. We'll take it. I mean, Ultra Twister in itself is a pretty generic name because it's literally the name of the model. So, I mean, they didn't really try outside of that. So, Charged on PC did get it. So, that is a point there. Yep. So, I will also keep a scoreboard. So, Nick, now you will think of a coaster or get one on RCB, however you want to do it. And the chat will try to guess the coaster that you are thinking of.
Yep. I have it. Guess away.
Alrighty. And I'll let the chat handle the questions for this one. I'll sit back here.
It's not... It is in Europe. It is not yellow. It does have inversions, yes. It is not Dog Fart Coaster, but it is a steel coaster. So it's a coaster in Europe with inversions of steel. It is not in Sweden either. It is from B&M, yes. So Charged on PC, you got that one. But it is not in Germany. You did not get it right, Carrot. That is not that one.
Not that one, okay.
Yeah. It is not any of those coasters that are being asked in the chat right now. So not Demonin, Raptor, Silverstar, or Pyrenees, or Talon, or Phoenix, or Oblivion the Black Hole, or Monster, or Caden. It's not in Scandinavia in general. It's also not Nemesis. People are really just guessing specific coasters at this point.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. Usually you get questions about model and whatnot, but not here.
Acro asked if it was in Spain, and it is.
Ooh.
Oh wait, as soon as I see someone get it right, should I just say it immediately then?
Yeah, but as long as it's someone who's not me.
Oh yeah, so Acro got it right. It is Dragon Con.
Yep.
At PortAventura Park.
Can say from experience, it's a pretty good B&M looper. Not the greatest in the world, but that one, the one roll it has, like it basically has like the hell roll that Kumba has. That thing is actually nuts. That is like one of the wildest inversions. There's so much whip on that. It's actually crazy. Most of the other inversions are just kind of typical. They don't really stand out. But that one has some real punch to it.
Awesome. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good stuff, but also, like you say, that is not like a super standout thing.
It's pretty good. I think it gets a little more hate than it deserves. But I also don't think it's like this crazy amazing ride. But I haven't even ridden the US coasters that are comparable to it, like Kumba or Hulk or Wildfire. So kind of weird that was the first B&M sit down I rode, but I guess that's just how it went, how it goes sometimes.
Now we just need to get you on Ride to Happiness before. Oh wait, had you already ridden Time Traveler?
No, I haven't ridden Wildfire at Silver City, so I have not been there.
We can still do that then.
You know, the funny thing is that's not even that insanely out of the realm of possibility because it's so hard to get Silver Dollar City. That's actually pretty funny. Alrighty, I have my next coaster. Guess away. The coaster does not have brown track or brown supports, so no. It is not Bisbee Spiral Airship. It is not an RMC. It is not in Europe, but it is in the US, so we do have US coaster with inversions. Yes, it does have inversions, and it is steel. So US steel coaster with inversions. It's not in California. Is the word ride in the name? No. Even in the longer name, if you were to go by that, it does not have ride in it. It is not Defunct. It is not Dark Knight at Six Flags New England. It is not on the West Coast, but it is operating, and it is on the East Coast. And it is from a European manufacturer. So, U.S. steel coaster on the East Coast with inversions from a European manufacturer. It is not an Intamin. It is not Hagrid. It is not Kumba. But it is a B&M. So we do have a B&M coaster on the East Coast with inversions. It is not Hulk. It is not at a Six Flags park. It is not Jurassic World Velocicoaster. It is not Montu. It is not Shikra, and it is not Dominator. It is not a floorless coaster model, but it is an invert, so we do have inverted coaster, and it is at a Cedar Fair park. So we have a East Coast inverted coaster at a Cedar Fair park. It is not Afterburn, it is not Alpengeist, it's not Apollo, but Charged on PC got it. It is Talon at Dorney Park. Yes, that is the correct answer. So that is now 2 points for Charged on PC. And actually, who was the first one? Oh, Aggro was the one who got
Yeah, Aggro got the other
Dragon
one.
Con. Yeah, so I'll mark that down. Alrighty, so, yep. Do you have your next coaster?
I do. So guess away. It is not A. It's oh my god, so many messages popped up at
Yeah.
once. It is not in Europe or the US or Africa or Asia.
Oh, hold up. Oh.
Yeah, I've gone somewhere else. It is operating and it is not wooden. You did not get it right, Carrick. It is not DC Rivals or Storm. Jackson got it right. It is Superman Escape. That was really quick.
Oh,
actually.
wow. Jeez. Yeah, that was a snipe.
Yeah, at the Warner Bros. Movie World in Australia. So, wait, yeah. Jackson. Oh, I can't pronounce that.
It's Jackson.
Jackson. Oh, okay.
I know who he is. Yep.
That was very fast. But to be fair, I mean, as soon as you rule out Asia, Europe, and the US, it goes quick. I mean, there's not a lot then.
And I guess I didn't mention Superman Escape, but the new Flash coaster I mentioned earlier is literally inside of Superman Escape. So kind of weird coincidence.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's really cool.
Yeah, the reason it's taking so long to relocate it is they're literally cramming it inside of the coaster, and they're like advertising it too. They're like Australia's first like ride in a ride or whatever. I'm like, what does that even mean?
It's
Like
basically
what?
their old like own Sumanjaro thing.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay then. I mean, and I doubt that's even actually true, but anyways. Let's see. So I have my next coaster, and we're doing 8 rounds in total, so we've done 4, so we're halfway through our Guess the Coaster segment. So, guess away in the chat. This coaster is not pink, and it is not wooden, but it is in the US, so we have a US, I guess I can say steel coaster at this point, since wooden has been ruled out. So US steel coaster. It's not in Oceania. Well, this is interesting. So Jackson asked if it was over 3,000 feet long. I can tell you it's actually exactly 3,000 feet long. I don't know if that helps or hurt. That is the craziest coincidence. Like, out of all the numbers, and that question never comes up. That is so weird. It is exactly 3,000 feet long. What a crazy coincidence.
What is 3,000 feet long?
It has inversions, so we have US coaster that is exactly 3,000 feet long with inversions. It's not in Texas, but it is from B&M. It is not west of the Mississippi. And it is operating. So we have an operating B&M coaster. Although, I mean, not much options other than, like, that are not operating. In the US with inversions that is exactly 3,000 feet long. It is at a chain park. It is not a floorless coaster model, but it is at a chain park. It is not in California, and it is not Kumba. It is not Dominator. It is not at a Cedar Fair park. It is not an invert. It is not Manta, and it is not Raptor. So what do we have? It is at a Six Flags. So we have a B&M coaster currently operating at a Six Flags park with inversions that is exactly 3,000 feet long. It is not Batman the Ride. It is not Pipeline. It is not Superman Ultimate Flight. It's not Surf Coaster. It's not in the South. It is Medusa East, so it's not Bizarro. Um, it is not an invert. It is not Medusa or Scream. It's not Scream. It's not Green Lantern. It is not Riddler's Revenge. It's not Batman the Dark Knight. It is not Georgia Scorcher. And it is not Tatsu. So the exact model has not been guessed. Because what has been brought up? Invert and Floralist, it is not either of those. It is not a stand-up coaster either. It does have more than 4 inversions. And it is not Medusa. It is not Dr. Diabolical's Cliffhanger. I think the fact that this coaster... Oh, okay. Yeah, yes, it was a wing coaster, and Mr. Coloroso got it right as you asked that. It is indeed X-Flight at Six Flags Great America. That is the correct answer. Which, I'm actually surprised. Only 3,000 feet long. That's, like, pretty short, I feel like, for that ride. I mean, that is pretty crazy. But, it is indeed X-Flight. The fact that it took this long, I think that kind of tells that this ride is kind of forgettable, and that's what I've heard from reviews. So, kind of makes sense. But with that being said, Nick, you're next. So,
Yep, I got one.
sounds good.
So once again, I'm just waiting for like 7 messages to pop up at once.
Yeah, I forgot. That's the other thing with StreamYard is the regular chat, like, updates in normal intervals. StreamYard, it just kind of all comes at once.
People are right that it is in Europe, but it is not black or at a Shane Park. It is not a wooden coaster. It is not Nessie, no. It is not a B&M or an Intamin. It is not at Phantasialand either. Or at Europa Park. Nor is it a Mach or an RMC. It is not built before 2000. But it does have inversions, though. It is not at Heide Park. And it is definitely not Hydra. It does not have more than 3 inversions, and it's definitely not at North Korea. It's not the Belair. It's not Lek Coaster or Abyssus or at Hansa Park. It's not Phoenix either. And it is not in Belgium. It is not Keranan, and it is... I'm not sure what Skyline Coaster is.
I wouldn't
it's not
know that either. I will look that up, just out of curiosity.
It is not Carajo. This is a tricky one, apparently. It is not in Germany, and it is not from B&M. It is not Flucht van der God either. This one is trickier than I thought. It is Gerstlauer, but it is not in Spain. It is not over 60 meters tall. It is also not Huracan. That is in Germany. The coaster is not in Germany. It is also not Wilswine, so it's not at Bonbonland. It is not a Eurofighter. It's not Saw or the Smiler. It is not an Infinity Coaster. It's not Speed No Limits or Mystic. It is not Fury. It is not Junger. Oh my god. I thought this one would be easier. I'm not gonna lie, guys. um, Jackson got it right. It is Storm at Tusenfryd. It is Storm the Dragon Legend.
Oh my god, yeah, that would explain.
I thought that it was like a brand new thing, so I thought people would like guess that first. I guess I was wrong. Yeah, Jackson got it right again. GG, Jackson.
Yeah, that would yeah, that was a good get. That is shameful that didn't even cross my mind. Man.
Poor
And
Norway. I mean, it's we don't often hear things from Norway, so I understand why people don't really think about that first.
yeah, it's gotten like kind of pushed to the side, unfortunately, in a lot of circles. But it does look like a pretty cool ride, so hope we see more from Gerstlauer like it.
I've heard some people ride it now who say it's like really intense and has like kind of crazy airtime as well, but it also looks pretty rattly, like really rattly. But
Oh,
I'm not surprised about that.
yeah,
So I'm curious. I'm intrigued.
yeah. I mean, it's their first crack in an invert, so honestly, I'm not surprised. And it's Gerstlauer kind of has a reputation for having rattly coasters, so kind
I
of
mean,
lines up.
even Intamin can't get the invert design quite right either, so definitely not Gerstlauer.
Yeah. Anyways, I do have my next coaster. Let's see if this one might be a little tricky. We're gonna see. But I do have my next coaster. Is the coaster orange? That is a very random question. I wouldn't say the coaster track is orange, so no. It is not Bisbee's Spiral Airship. It is not in the US, but it is a steel coaster. It is not in Asia, and it is not red, and it does not have inversions, and it does not have a launch. So far all we have is a steel coaster, and we still have yet to determine much else. It is not Tatsu. Oh, but it is in Europe. It is a European coaster. It's not Sky Rush. So we have a steel coaster in Europe. It's not Tatsu. It is not from Intamin. It is not in Germany. It's not yellow. It is not Conda. It is at a chain park. Yep. It is at a chain park. No, it doesn't have an orange support structure. It is not a powered coaster. It is at a Wallaby Park. Yes. And it is not over 150 feet tall. It is not Untamed. It is not from Schwarzkopf. But it is indeed from a Wallaby Park. It is not Goliath. It is not Conda. It is not Lost Gravity. It's not Draco. It is not in France. It is not Georgia Scorcher. It's not Speed of Sound. It's not Condor. It's not Speed of Sound. It's not Condor. It's not Cobra. It's not the bobsled coaster. It's not Psyche Underground. It's not Mystic. Northern Rides, you got it. We'll wait.
Oh.
Eat My Dust. I didn't even remember that one, but yeah, I guess it theoretically could have been.
It's the best name for a new coaster this year.
Yeah. Actually, I'll ask a question in a second because you did a review recently on this coaster, and there's some interesting rumors relating to it. So I don't know how to. So Philip technically was the first to get this right because he mentioned the mine train, but History and Leisure got Calamity Mine. So I'll just give you both a point because I think both of those work. So the correct answer was indeed Calamity Mine at Wallaby, Belgium. Your thoughts on that one?
It's funny you should ask because after the stream, I'll actually upload my ranking of Wallaby Belgium coasters.
Oh,
So,
then just go watch that. That'll have
yeah,
everything
go
there.
watch it. But to summarize it, I don't think you'll ever hear. I don't like it as much as literally anyone else I've heard. So I'm not a fan.
Alrighty. And then we'll do the I think this is your next one is gonna be the last one. So this will be the last round.
It's gonna be a good one, and I have it. So
I was gonna ask your opinion on well, I'll ask you after this because the
Oh,
questions are gonna start coming in.
it is visible, and it is in Europe. It is not. It does not include Bisbee. Oh my God, so many questions. It's not Bisbee's. No, it is a steel coaster. It does not have inversions, and it isn't over 150 feet officially. It is not in a chain park. It does not have the in the official name, but if you translated it, it would have the in it,
Oh, okay.
and it's not B&M. It's not Piraten. It is a European manufacturer, but it's not Phoenix. It's not 13. It's not in Asia. It is in Europe. So that means it's not a Megalite. And it is not Lise Bergbanan. It is a German manufacturer, yes. But it is not Helix, and it is not in Belgium. It is not Gerslauer either. Nor is it Mach. And it is not Schwarzkopf. We're running out of manufacturers now. It is a Zira, yes, or a Zira.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're in a
boy.
different territory now. But it is not in Germany. It's a Zira in Europe somewhere, but it is not in Germany. It is not Freischiff. It's not Polar Explorer or Beyond the Cloud. I'm not entirely sure what Beyond the Cloud is now when I think about it.
It's the Intamin, or not Intamin, sorry, Mach Ride's crazy launch coaster in China. The one that is like accelerator-like.
Oh, right. Yeah, that
Yeah.
big blue one. That's a really cool one.
Yeah.
It is a family coaster. Like, it is a family friendly coaster for sure, definitely. It is not Liseberg Banan. It is not Chameleon. Or I have ridden it, yes, a lot actually.
Oh my god. Oh, yeah, I think, yep.
It is not Star Trek. Carrick got it right.
But we'll
You got it
wait.
right. You nailed it.
I know immediately. Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for anyone else to get it. It is not an ESC model. It is in Denmark. It's not a Tivolio. It is in Bong Bong Land. We're really getting close now. It is Dog Fart Coaster. Civilian Satellite got it first.
Alrighty.
Nice going, guys. The best coaster in the world. Let's go.
I'll give, let's see, Civilian Satellite, I'll give a point. And then I'll also give one to Charged on PC because he didn't know the name, but like the one at Bon Bon Land probably was trying to get the. Like,
Yeah, I mean there are two Ziras there, but I don't think anybody knows about the other one. So I'm sure that he meant Dog Fart as well.
what? Wait, what the heck's the other one?
It's it's a very long Tivoli coaster with a custom layout called Victa Benoam, which it
Oh,
was a
this
relocation from
thing.
Germany. It's such a boring coaster.
Yeah, that's kind of, Tivoli's kind of, although I guess this one's a custom layout, but I haven't
Mm.
really ever cared for Tivoli coasters. They kind of exist.
I actually really like how they feel. Like I like their very rustic feel and like the small vibrations you can feel when they ride. And the sounds as well. Like they're very nostalgic to me. But we've had a lot of them in Denmark, so I've ridden them my entire life.
Yep. Oh, the only one I will give an exception for is I do really like Jaguar. That one at the one at Knott's is I actually like quite a bit.
Yeah, that one looks really cool. The
And to
one at
be, oh wait, no,
Plopsaland is
you
pretty
go,
good as
you
well.
go.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I just quickly want to say the one at Plopsaland actually has some pretty good laterals as well. That's actually a speedy one.
The one at Discovery Kingdom is like literally the most forgettable thing. The one at Six Flags Mexico is scary because I don't think the clearances are correct. Um, it's because it has like literal some rock work you go through, and it feels like you're gonna get your head chopped off by the thing. Um, I was actually really worried because I rode it with my grandpa, who he's well over 6 foot, so he's a pretty tall guy. I was like, oh my goodness. As we're going through, there's no way he could have put his hands up on that ride. There's like no,
Oh yeah.
for sure would have hit the ceiling pretty easily.
Yeah, there just are
Um,
some rides like that. I mean, we have the Mine Train Ulv and the Intamin Family Coaster at Bakken, and that one has insane clearance as well. And so, like, if you sit on the left side and you just sit normally like this, your shoulder might just get hit by a branch anyway. Uh,
I've heard
Even
good
on the
things
drop
about that
tower, you
one.
can. Yeah, it's really good. It's my favorite coaster there, but that's because I'm like Tornado is really temperamental for me.
Mm. Oh, and you don't like their Woody.
No, it's garbage. I mean, it's a historical landmark and stuff, but like, it's just not good. It's so uncomfortable. If only they still had the brakeman, it would probably be like completely different. But they have the Vuoristorata at Linnamäki, which is a clone of it, and that still has the brakeman, thankfully.
Oh, does it just use like what magnetic brakes what like just normal brakes, or how does that work?
It has, I think, both drive tires now and friction brakes that go like up and
Uh,
down from the wood, and they hit constantly. It's every turn. I've tried it where it stalled as well in one of the turns before, where we just had stalled for 5 minutes, and an employee had to come and push us along to get us going because they trim it way too much, and it's so rough as well, and the restraints are horrible. I definitely, if you ever come to ride a Carrack, promise me to never have a phone in your pocket while riding it, because I promise you it will get destroyed by the lap bar.
wow. Yeah, yikes. That does not sound good.
It's not good.
Dang. Wow. That's like the most. I mean, that's the most negative review I've heard of that ride.
I mean, to be fair, I still go on it all the time because it's still in as a it's a fun time enough, but it's laughably bad, basically.
All right, fair enough. And I guess especially compared to the uh
Yeah,
other
I might be
one.
biased. I might be biased in that comparison, to be fair.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me actually, because the one at Tivoli is the one that gets talked about a lot.
Yeah,
Their
it just got
roof
an ace
bending.
landmark too.
Yeah, which that's nice. But it reminds me of, I mean, especially that is even closer. But in California, we have the two giant dippers. And it's like the giant dipper at Santa Cruz, like everyone loves. I'm like a big fan of it. I've talked about it a decent bit on the channel. I've still never ridden the one in San Diego because it's just, San Diego is like a 6 hour drive. I've been to San Diego, it's just I've never been to that park where it's at. But that one's like the one, it's just really rough, and most people just don't really talk about it or care for it. So
Mm.
that kind of reminds me of the kind of Rouge Bannon situation over
Yeah, I
in
mean,
Copenhagen.
You guys have a lot of classic wooden coasters for sure. For me, it's kind of hard to memorize all of them because there are so many and that
Oh
are old
yeah,
as well.
there's a bunch.
But there are definitely a lot of them over there that really intrigue me. That I like. I definitely, as long as it's not like painful, I love the feel of a classic wooden coaster. Especially stuff like Jack Rabbit really has my attention. But also, again, some of those things on like small parks and coasts. I forgot. Is it Giant Dipper the red one that's by the beach somewhere?
Yeah, that's the one Santa Cruz one. I love that
That's the Santa
ride.
Cruz one, yeah.
Yeah.
That one, I really just that's the kind of thing I want to ride more of as well over there.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast outside of those two coasters, you don't have actually, you do still have actually some classic coasters that I haven't done, but definitely throughout the US you have a ton, and I really want to do Coney Island Cyclone. It's kind of like a sort of secret, really high bucket list coaster for me, because like if you like the Giant Dipper, you're gonna also like that one, and I'm like, man, I really want to do that.
There's
So
so much to get. It's so awesome over there how much you have of it. So yeah, hope you get it that one. Before
yeah.
it's gone. But
It won't be gone. It's too iconic. It's literally the most famous, probably, roller coaster in the world. There's no way it's
oh
gonna
yeah,
leaving. Or,
yeah,
well,
that's
maybe not
probably
the
true.
world, but like in the US, it's the most famous one.
Yeah, that's true. It is like a really iconic, like tourist attraction, basically, when you think about it.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
The park it's at has had a really rough, like, time in history, but the
Oh,
coaster has withstood it. So, yep.
that says a lot then.
Yep. So, there's that. And then I guess that is our Guess the Coaster game. Our official winner I have listed is Charged on PC with that extra point, 3 points in total. But thanks to everyone for playing. Then we'll move on to topics to discuss. I actually did want to, I guess this is sort of an impromptu one, but we were kind of talking about it with the Wallaby Belgium coasters. So there's kind of rumors that Psyche Underground, it might go back to its original turbine theme. That's
Oh,
your thoughts on if that happens.
that means we're gonna lose the soundtrack. It's such a good soundtrack.
Yeah, that was my biggest thought. I'm like, oh no. Like, if we lose the soundtrack, that's really what disappoints me.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the old theme, but I know I really like the one it has now. It's a big reason why I like it as much as I do. Is the theme mixed with the loop and such.
Yeah, I was like, we'll see if it actually happens. It's kind of something that got kind of leaked, so we'll see if that they actually end up going through with that. But I would be very disappointed because like it's honestly, it's one of my favorite coaster soundtracks out there. Obviously, I haven't ridden the ride with it, but just from listening to it online, and I was like really hoping I'd. Though I've heard different things on whether the music actually works or not. Um,
I
but
think it did when we were there.
I've
Yeah.
heard mixed things on some for some people it did and other people it didn't. But I was like, man, if it doesn't even have that, then I just man, that hurts. Um, that'd be another tough sort of shuttle loop fate. Um,
What?
which we're having a decent amount of nowadays.
Yeah.
Because the Montezuma's conversion, supposedly things are not going as planned, and there could be significant delays with that. There already kind of is, so
Well,
which
that one
that's
was
a
getting
shame.
the. Yeah, that's a real shame. It was getting the LIM launch too, right?
I believe they were actually thinking of going LSM, and it was gonna be each ride was gonna be different. Was the rumor because it was either gonna go backwards first or it was gonna go forwards. It could have the option to do either.
Hmm.
So it was actually like pretty interesting, but progress on that has come to like a halt, and there's talk around that it could be like we might be looking at a 2024 opening for that. And there's like nothing going on there by right now, so it's not great.
Yeah, there's probably like a lot of discussion, and that's exactly what to do, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully nothing has doing with getting rid of it entirely. even in a completely altered form, I'm sure it would still be a really fun ride. It was a fun ride as the original, but obviously too much to maintain. So yeah.
Yeah, that flywheel launch it's not easy to take care of, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, obviously not the most forceful thing in the world, but it had some punch to it. And of course, that vertical loop is insane, like extremely forceful. So
Yeah, that's the same on Psyche. It really is like by far the element that stands out the most on that ride is just how awesome that vertical loop is.
yeah, that was definitely also the highlight of Montezuma,
Mm.
or I guess is, but we'll see. Anyways, we'll move on to our topics to discuss. So I had a few things. These are kind of questions I had for Nick, along with the mini countdown, which we'll do at the end. So I have three of these. So bringing you on and kind of watching your content over the past few months, your editing style like really stands out from a lot of other countdowns, a lot of other reviews. Your usage of memes, the presentation, and everything. It's just very different from what we see, and I think it actually works really well. Like I said, it makes you stand out. It's really entertaining. So my question kind of was, um, sort of like how and why did you decide to go the route you did in terms of the editing you do for those kinds of videos, with the reviews and the countdowns, like inspirations and or so also maybe sort of some of the process that goes behind it.
Yeah, thank you again for the compliments. Really, it started as I've always loved those YouTubers which aren't coaster YouTubers, by the way, but those that like overutilize memes to just keep the pacing really high and like slapstick humor and stuff. It's always been my thing. So I was getting better at using Premiere Pro, and I thought I would give it a shot. And the first video I did with the memes, uh, like did way too much with it. It was the top 10 rides, I think it was, at Fall Summerland a few years ago. And it took so long to do because it was literally like every clip and everything I said had a meme, and it was so complicated. And I got burned out so fast from making that video. So I kind of stopped for like half a year with doing memes. And then I tried just a little bit with, I think it was a flat ride ranking a year and a half ago, where I just said to myself, okay, I try to do one or two memes per spot on that list or per category in a review. Um, and so it's really just because I think that style of memes is really funny. I just look at a lot of memes and with friends as well, like a lot. So I just really wanted to incorporate that and have the humor. And again, I didn't even think about the fact that it was probably going to stand out, because originally I just wanted to share my own like reviews and lists and so on, and POVs at this point too. But it just ended up being really fun when I finally actually figured out like the balance. Because again, when I started, it was way too much. Um, but yeah, it was it was this thing with trying to incorporate my own humor and some of the things that I like, as well as just keep my own interest in actually making videos. And generally, the process of it is, I suppose, is really just. I mean, I always just edit my voiceover first, and by this point, I also try to like say some things I think I could find a joke for, and it's really just like a gut feeling, and then it's whenever I edit through a video, it's really just like a stomach feeling or a gut feeling, I guess, with like, okay, now it's been a little while before there's been a meme, either, so I need to find one for this point, either that or uh if I just have a good idea. I'm not sure how to explain it, because it's really just, I just wing it really when I
Yeah,
make
like
these
you're kind
videos.
of going through like so you already recorded, right? And then you kind of go through it and then you maybe find like a point where it's like, "Oh, you think of something in your head as you're going through
Yeah.
and you stick it in basically."
Basically, yes. Sometimes it's really just like I think of a specific meme or a specific clip from pop culture or something where I'm thinking, oh my God, this would be perfect here. And other times it's just something that I say where I feel like it could be funny and keep up the pacing if I added something to whatever I'm saying. And that's when it takes like a long time to find the meme, when I know I want something, but I don't know what
You
I
don't know
want.
what it is. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a blast. I've noticed that since I started again doing the memes, that over time I've started doing more and more of it. Like it's going a little faster pace now than it did at first. So it takes a little longer to edit, but it's a blast.
Yeah, no, and the videos come out really good. So keep up what you're doing. I mean, can tell a lot of work goes into it, but also super fun to watch.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. So I'll move on to the second sort of topic, unless if there's anything else you would like to add. Um, then if not, we'll move on to the second topic.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat? I don't know what happened.
Oh,
I
you're
think
good. You zoned
I
out. No, it
zoned out for a
happens.
second.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. Um, but yeah. So we'll move on to the. I was saying we'll move on to the second thing, unless you had any last sort of things you wanted to add for the first one.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that's what you said. I wanted to be sure you didn't say something extra that I didn't hear. No, yeah, I don't have anything extra to add. Then I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. For sure. So the second question I have, so for those who've watched the channel, you'll actually know that I actually did a interview with the CEO of Farup Summerland before Phoenix opened, Niels Jorgen Jensen, who was so kind enough to actually make the time out of his day and was willing, obviously, to do the interview, and you can like see that. And that actually occurred before Phoenix opened, but after it was announced. So it was kind of talking about various aspects of the park itself, but also obviously a decent amount of it was going into Phoenix. And since you actually attended the media day, I think I'm like almost certain, like not even almost, you are the only guest I've had on here who actually attended the media day for that ride. And I know you do have a vlog kind of documenting your experience with it, but I wanted to ask about what was kind of the experience like going to that media day. Was that like the first media day for a ride you'd ever done? And like what were some things that kind of happened and how was like that overall experience?
Yeah, it was the first media day I've ever done. It was the second time I was like exclusively invited to something, but the first time it was both times actually it was with a coaster club I'm part of called Coaster Club Denmark.
Ah,
And basically the club was invited with a specific amount of members that were allowed to bring, and it was really just like whoever was quick enough to say I want to join. And so Villas, my friend, actually was very fast to ask if me and Floor could join him, and it was a really really good experience. They definitely made a good event there because basically we met up and there was a speech about it from Niels Jørgen Jensen, and after that, he made jokes about riding it a lot because we're enthusiasts. Obviously, there was a lot of people, a lot of big YouTubers, Ride Review, Theme Park Worldwide, and a lot of other people. And so at that point, it was just like 4 hours of straight riding as much as you can, and there were cameras on the cars in case you wanted the rider POV. And it was pretty funny to see like a huge line for the front row, but no line for any other rows because everyone was filming POVs. And then there was food and everything. It was just generally a great experience, really. And then after that, we slept at the hotel. There was a party there with everyone, and Blumendal was there, the designer of the ride as well.
oh, that's sick.
Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't personally speak to him because he sat exclusively at another bar someplace in the hotel, so I didn't dare to say hi to him. It was intimidating. But yeah, it was just a great experience. So many enthusiasts and professionals as well, just having fun with it and talking about how good the ride is. There was so much discussion that day about which is better between that and Piraten as well. It was like a big topic that day.
Yeah, I can imagine, definitely. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, that sounds awesome, though. I mean, everything. And the hotel, I assume, was the on-site hotel at Farup.
Oh yeah, it was, yeah. So we were allowed to sleep there, and then we also had entry to the park the next day as well, on the opening day of the season. So that was really great as well. It was pretty empty that day as well because it was cold. But yeah, I can't complain.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a really good experience. Seems like everything was like pretty well put together and everything. By chance, would you know how many rides about you maybe would have gotten on Phoenix?
Oh yeah, I got 13 rides. I
Nice.
think it was seven. No, I got 8 on the media day and then 5 on the opening day. Because I'm not very good at marathoning. I get nauseous pretty easily, so
Ah,
I had to take a fair amount of breaks.
yeah. And then I guess on top of that, would you know if that would be like your record for most coaster rides you've done in like a single trip? I guess like on a single
Um,
ride.
no, I think. Well, maybe I guess if you count both days, but if you count one day, it's probably Wildfire because that was 13 on that one day.
Oh wow.
Um, which I mean, some people go up to like 20, 30 on that thing, but I got 13. So that's probably my record in that fashion.
Yeah, I think Voyage I did with my record off topic. I think it's like 12 times in a day. It was one of the Hollywood Nights days.
Oh, that's awesome. Then it was
I
trimless.
got 20 I got well, not all 12 were, but I got 20 total Voyage rides. 10 of them were trimless. I did 10 of the other ones during the day. Between the two nights, and yeah, no, it was insane.
That
So,
sounds incredible.
yeah. And I mean, I tried my best to get a few rides in marathoning that trip. I did Lightning Run like 9 times, Storm Chaser 7. The other wooden coasters I did 13 times each. Kentucky Rumbler I did 8 times. So yeah, but I guess yeah, I haven't like done a true crazy marathon like the 20 to like 50 rides in a day that I've heard some people do.
Oh
I,
yeah, no, I couldn't do that either. I know Villas has ridden Falcon the full up something like 33 times in a row at one point.
oh my gosh. And is that ride like that? I haven't heard it's like the smoothest wooden coaster either.
It's not. It's an S&S Woody after all.
Yeah,
But I don't know. Villas is the only person I know who can completely withstand that thing somehow.
dang, that is crazy. I have no idea if I would have an issue with staining it or not. I haven't tried going that crazy. Is really more what it comes down to.
Yeah, same. I want my breaks. I want to chill as well.
Yeah, that and usually most parks it's like there's other rides I want to ride instead of the one. The only exception is like Beach Bend. It's like, I did a few other things, but I mean, I was mostly there for Kentucky Rumbler, but I was only there like 3 hour, like 2, 3 hours. So it's kind of like 8 rides, I think is good enough. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the only one I can think of other than that where it's also just one ride is probably Wildfire because there's the 2 kitty credits that you can get out of the way pretty quick, and then there's the Safari. You have to do that definitely, but
yeah,
that is unless you're really into the animals, it's just Wildfire.
yeah, I wouldn't call myself so much like an aquarium and zoo enthusiast. Well, enthusiast like as in I don't have quite the same as I do for theme parks, but I used to that was like kind of a previous passion I had before parks. So I still do get I actually do am pretty interested to see how Comartin is from a zoo standpoint because pretty much everything I've seen it looks pretty fantastic. So
It is by far the best zoo I've been to. I mean, a really important thing is just you could definitely tell that the animals were really, they had a great time there, or they were really, really healthy and glad and playful and everything. And on the safari, it is really like big reserves with wooden, like straight up forests that they have from themselves. It's really well set up. It's beautiful as well. It's such a gorgeous location. So I think you would love it.
yeah, I saw it. I'm like, oh wow, this looks really cool. So like in the like you said, like the big spaces they have for the animals and everything, it's like, yeah, this looks pretty cool for
Mm.
sure. And of course, hey, they just still happen to have one of the best roller coasters in the world there, so that helps
Yeah, with
for
no
sure.
line ever.
Yep. So there you go. Alrighty, we'll move on to our next segment, which will be a mini countdown we have. which is going to be our top 5 most anticipated coasters in Europe and America. So there might be a little bit of confusion. Those in chat also can kind of participate in this by saying what your most anticipated coasters are. So because Nick has not ridden any coasters in North America, he will be counting down his top 5 most anticipated for North America. And since I've only been to PortAventura World, I will be counting down my top 5 most anticipated coasters in Europe because those are the only ones I've done, so I haven't really done all that much. So if that kind of makes sense, that's kind of how we're going to roll through it. And Nick, you want to start off the countdown?
Yeah, so I'm kind of going off of which ones I'm the most intrigued to ride and are the most on my mind. And number one, oh wait, I should
Go from 5 to 1. Yeah.
I should go from 5 to.
Should mention that.
Yeah, I just started reading. That was a mistake. My number 5, honestly, I think it's Maverick.
All right.
I've always just really, really thought Maverick looked awesome, even though I'm not expecting it to be like top 5 best coasters there. I just always have been fascinated by it and its transitions and everything. It just looks so cool. And number 4, I would say The Voyage.
Oh wait, hold on. I should have mentioned how we were doing this. It'll be like 5,
shoot.
5. Yeah, okay.
Oh, my bad.
I like your 4. I like both choices. I've ridden them both. I couldn't say that, but yeah, no, Maverick. It's a really good coaster, and depending on what your preferences are and what you like in a coaster, I can see why people rank it so high. I can even see why people have it as their favorite at the park. I'm not there, but I could see why. So it's a really good, really aggressive coaster. I will say though, it absolutely is a back row ride. Especially that first drop is just insane in the back row. And I mean, it's just a very aggressive ride. So very good choice there. For my number 5 in Europe, so I'll just mention this real quickly. Once again, kind of like how you did. These are not the top 5 coasters I think will be the best in Europe. These are the ones that interest me the most, either because I haven't ridden anything like it, and they're pretty kind of unique in some way, or there's just something to it that really intrigues me. So with that being said, my number 5 is going to be Conda at Walibi, Belgium. This is a coaster that I had a lot of hype for when it was announced, and I think ultimately when it opened, the first year, most reviews were not exactly what most were expecting, but it kind of seems like in the past few years, like it's gotten really worn in, and so the ride's running like a lot better. And I've heard nothing but amazing reviews of Conda in the last 2 years. So one of the most interesting hyper layouts in recent memory, and probably in general. A lot of really awesome elements on it. The big outer bank and the finale with all those hills. There's just so much airtime on that ride. It looks insane. It looks like a really nice, intimate hyper coaster. It's the one I'm most excited for out of the bunch there. Even like the station theming actually looks pretty cool. Kind of the area around it. It just looks like really awesome. So that's why it's at my number 5.
Yeah, Conda really is as close to a perfect roller coaster you can come outside of RMC, and if you don't consider theming, that's how I look at it. It really is an absolutely outstanding ride. That layout is hard hitting, force all along, and there's so many elements on it as well. I definitely understand why you're intrigued by it, because it just is an amazing ride, and it's no matter where you sit either. It's going to be pretty much just as great as in any seat. And the ejector is so strong and so forth. I can talk about this coaster all day, but it should be a 5-hour stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely such a wonderful layout.
Yeah, I mean, it has a pretty special layout. That definitely stands out. So you're number 4?
Yeah, the Voyage. So the Voyage actually didn't intrigue me that much for a lot of years, but recently it has started to it, because it just looks so chaotic in many ways. Like it's so long and constantly has like small quirks in the tracks, like underbanked, overbanked moments on top of the hills, and it just goes on forever while also being a terrain coaster. It just something I've really found out recently is how much I love those long, really fast feeling chaotic rides, and it just looks exactly like the perfect description for that in regarding wooden coasters. Or that's the best wooden coaster to match the description, rather. So I'm not sure if I really make it out to Indiana the first time I go to the US, but it's certainly like it just looks perfect for a wooden coaster almost.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, as a Voyage number one person who holds it as their number one, I can certainly vouch for it. And I mean, any writing it at any point, yes, Hollywood Nights, it's definitely at its best. I will say that, but it still was my number one outside of Hollywood Nights. I had written it a year prior, and when it's running like well in the warm heat and everything, it is absolutely fantastic. Chaotic, as you said. Hollywood Nights, it is the most crazy coaster I've ever ridden. It kind of took that title from X2 somehow. It's just so insane and so bonkers that night. Like the pacing of the ride, in general, even outside of like Hollywood Nights, but also, I mean, especially during Hollywood Nights, is amazing for like how long the ride is. It is like it just never lets up. Besides the one straight section, even when it does, it like picks up its speed so fast. It is insane. Absolute blistering ride, absolute insanity. So can
Yeah,
definitely understand it.
it's like it always used to be. I always used to like think of El Toro as like the big standout wooden coaster in the US, but the Voyage is that for me now.
Yeah, I we'll see. I need to get to El Toro at some point, but it's becoming trickier to do. It seems like.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but my number four, and I think you'll really appreciate this one. Um, this one is probably like the least unique of the coasters on here, but I'll kind of explain why it's here. And this is Untamed at Wallaby Holland.
Hey.
So the reason why it's on here is because I think honestly, out of like the quote unquote smaller RMCs, like the ones that aren't like like the lift trusses and whatever, um, I think this is the one that looks like the best out of all of them. The airtime looks insane, and the amount you get is awesome. But the inversions on it also look really good. You have that crazy like double twisting sort of roll, and then I believe it's like one of the rolls toward the end reminds me a lot of something you would see on Medusa's Steel Coaster, which that coaster has really good inversions. And I see some of the best aspects of like the small RMCs I've ridden, like the best aspects kind of handpicked from each one almost, all in that one. Really unique, really good inversions. Obviously, really strong airtime for a smaller arm among like probably the smaller RMCs. Excellent pacing. It looks fantastic. It is a yes. I've seen the mini Steel Vengeance comps for it. But I honestly the inversions on Steel Vengeance aren't that good. If there's any part of the ride that kind of falters, it's that. I think Untamed looks like it has some really standout inversions. So that's kind of the one thing I'd kind of disagree with there. But I mean, it just looks absolutely phenomenal. Like I said, it looks like the best of the like smaller RMCs. So that's why it makes this list.
Yeah, it really, really is good. And as you say, the inversions are outstanding. Like all five of them, they either have great whip, like great hang time, or even great air time. Um, they're all just outstanding, and especially the double inverting stall is probably like it is one of the best inversions I've done for sure. And even like the super small one, like the overbanked inversion that it has, like the Outlaw Run one, is also super whippy and even gets hang time in a small amount of time. And then, like you mentioned, the air time is by far the strongest I've ever experienced. It is bonkers how powerful it is. I don't know it. I don't necessarily think it is the strongest airtime in the world, but it's very much up there in the top 10 for sure. Um, especially there's like this one tiny hill before the final inversion, which is easily the smallest hill on the ride. But I kid you not when I say I think it's like closer to -3 Gs than anything I've ever felt, because it is violently painful, that little hill, and I love it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's the best pain I've ever experienced. That's Untamed. And 6 rides gave me bruises for 6 days, and yeah, it's so powerful. And it's like with Voyage, it also just keeps going. It's so small but so long. It just keeps on going with what feels like full speed. So you can definitely be excited for that one. It might blend a little more in with other RMCs now that you've done a fair like amount of more than me, but I hope it will still stand out at least.
I think it will. I mean, it does. There are elements on it that look like they stand out that compared to other ones, and I mean, if it's a really good one, that's not gonna matter. So
Hmm.
it's just kind of sometimes when I was saying I had the fatigue, I think like kind of riding a weaker one, it just kind of really sets in. So, but that definitely looks like one of the better ones for sure.
Hmm.
So, what is your number 3?
So we're kind of continuing the theme because my number 3 is Air Force One. At first, I just thought this was going to be like an upper half RMC, but as soon as I started seeing real POVs and hearing people's reviews, it absolutely seems like if I think Air Force One possibly has the strongest airtime on any coaster in the world. Is how I see it with those final hills. It just looks so unbelievably powerful, and it's the only other RMC I've heard people talk about how violent the bruises are on their thighs outside of when me and my friends talk about how it wasn't Untamed. So it really looks like it just one ups Untamed regarding forces. And that's why it intrigues me so much. It's so fast. It's too fast. and and it's beautiful as well, for that matter. I love the color scheme. But yeah, it just looks bonkers. I mean, it even I thought I was slightly worried at first when it was like, oh no, Alan Schilke isn't going to design these anymore. But they can still do stuff. So it just looks bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, I have not ridden this one. I actually went to Atlanta last year. We were planning the trip, and I was like, I hope this thing's open by the time I go. It definitely was not. But I mean, this ride looks phenomenal. Joe Draves designed it. It's also like super high on my bucket list. Probably a top 5 coaster, like in general. Because Joe Draves, he did design Lightning Run. I really love the finale on Lightning Run, and I think Air Force One just has an amazing layout even before then. And I know
Yeah.
that finale just based off what I did with Lightning Run, which also is kind of one that's like said to be pretty violent. Kind of knowing what I know from that, I'm like, okay, yeah, I think this ride definitely looks really special. So I can definitely see why you have that one that ranked on here for sure, and it's very high for my overall bucket list as well.
Mm.
Moving on to the number 3 that I have Wildfire at Colmartin. So yes, you might. This is why I say this is not the what I believe will be the actual top 5, because I'm not even necessarily sure that Wildfire would be a top 5 coaster for me in Europe. But there's just a lot of things that kind of stand out about it for me. First off, I really love a coaster that has like a good scenery, good atmosphere, good location, or good theming. Space Mountain still ranks in my top 30 coasters overall at Disneyland. So like, and Beast is really high for me at night. So Wildfire, I mean, it has one of the most spectacular settings of any coaster in the world. So I think that's going to carry it a lot. And I've actually yet to do a RMC wooden coaster because I did Lightning Rod, but it was mostly steel by the time I got to it. So there is a level of intrigue from there because it is a topper track Woody, and it looks like it's probably the best one at this point. Um, so I think there's a lot of intrigue there. The first drop looks excellent, and like the terrain usage also makes it stand out from a lot of other RMCs because I feel like a lot of RMCs are generally they're kind of on relatively flat pieces of land. There's a few exceptions, but most of them don't really do anything that interesting with the terrain. Well, that ride takes full advantage of the terrain, so that those are the reasons why it's on here at number 3.
Yeah, and like you say, it's definitely it's the best location for any coaster I've ridden. It is absolutely gorgeous, and it's so cool to see it run on the cliffside. And it's not one of those coasters where like the layout is bonkers, crazy, super intense. It's really just like in many ways like most other thrill coasters, or well, like really thrilling thrill coasters. But everything just comes so well together. How the elements mix with the terrain and how the wooden coaster feel is there without being rough, and it just all results in a really well designed wooden coaster. It doesn't have the best pacing necessarily, because the layout it sort of gets a little weaker towards the end, but it's an outstanding wooden coaster for sure. And
Yeah. Oh wait, sorry, you go.
oh no, I just wanted to say, and the inversions are really good as well. On top of that,
Yeah, I mean it looks phenomenal, and like I said, I mean honestly, out of the 3 European RMCs, might it end up being my least favorite of the bunch? Maybe, but it's just it's so it has such a uniqueness to it that for
yeah,
like a
and
list like this, I'd have to put it on here.
that makes sense. It's also such a long and complicated layout compared to the other RMC Woodies. Like, the others are like really short in their elements and everything compared to Wildfire that just has so much.
Yeah, I would definitely agree there for sure with the layout. It definitely like the longer elements too, as you mentioned, because you're right. Like Goliath is super short. Outlaw Run, another pretty short ride. Even well now Lightning Rod isn't even a topper track
Hey, good
anymore.
RMC.
Yeah, so I mean I got to experience a few sections of RMC Wooden Track. It definitely was not smooth, but on that ride, but it made for an interesting experience. But no, Wildfire. I mean, yeah, for all the reasons I mentioned, all the reasons you've mentioned, it's super high for me.
All right, I
You're
suppose
number
my number
2.
two now.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is gonna be like the most mainstream thing on here, I think, because my number 2 is Steel Vengeance. The only reason it's this high at this point is actually because I'm kind of gonna counter you here, Carrick, and say it is actually like a lot, or it seems like a bigger Untamed in many ways. Mostly because it has that big camelback, and then the outer bank camelback at first. It has the speed hill, it has the high speed inversions, and then also it goes through the structure at the end with a bunch of small bunny hills. Like, it doesn't have everything that Untamed has, and vice versa, but it has a lot of it. And while from what I've heard, Untamed is definitely stronger in the forces, Steel Vengeance seems like it's just so long.
Yeah.
It's so long, and it constantly keeps going, and that's my favorite thing about a coaster, and is when my breath is taken away and my throat is raspy at the end, and that it looks like it'll do that more than any coaster I've currently ridden, and that's why it's up there. It's also I would straight up say I think it's the only coaster that has a true shot at overtaking Untamed for me right now. But it's also because I never dare to say anything will become my new number 1, but that's the only one where I can see it's the most realistic, I guess. Because it's just such a long, rapid fire journey.
Yeah, I can definitely. I mean, it is still one of my favorite coasters ever. It's my favorite steel coaster. So, and it still holds its place as my favorite RMC I've done. And in a lot of ways, yes, the Untamed mini Steel Vengeance comp, I think it does fit. Like I said, the only thing I just kind of disagree with is I just don't really think the inversions are that good on Steel Vengeance is like kind of the only
Yeah.
thing, whereas on Untamed they actually look really interesting.
Yeah.
But it has a lot of similarities with like the airtime hills and the layout outside of that. But no, Steel Vengeance is fantastic. I mean, the pacing of it, once again, very. I mean, I rank both it and Voyage very high. Similar reasons. It is crazy that there are rides that are like as long as those two are that somehow manage to keep their pacing up like so well and just be like so insane and like chaotic really throughout the ride experience. It's Steel Vengeance definitely has that as well. And you said you wanted a ride that would make your voice raspy. Like toward the end of it, I almost guarantee this is gonna be one of those that will, because it is just like seemingly never ending, like just chaos and just so much airtime on it. So it's fantastic. I still respect that for a lot of people it's their number one because um, it is just an insane creation and an insane coaster, and in terms of like true scale, in terms of like length and everything for an RMC, we're probably not going to see anything like it for a while. So
No,
um,
probably not. No.
yeah, I mean, I know Zadra and Iron Gwazi exist, but those are different rides. Those are much shorter. Steel Vengeance is kind of a different beast when it comes to its own ride experience. So, yeah, really
I
good
mean,
pick.
consider. I mean, now when you're saying Beast, I think the only thing that could be on the same level is if the Beast got RMC'd.
I don't want
uh,
to see that. I'm a big Beast fan. I
no,
can't.
I think it would be such a cool thing, but I really want to ride the Beast as well. It's such an icon, so I don't want it to go away either.
Yeah,
But
Oh wait, no, sorry. You go.
I just want to say that Elite Coasters made like a really good prediction of what it could look like, though. So we can at least enjoy that and hopefully keep the Beast.
If they were to ever do it, there's no way they ever would. If they were, I'll admit it would probably be like an insane ride. It would be an insane ride. My only like the concern there also would be how many trees would they have to get rid of in order to RMC it,
True.
which
Yeah.
is like if the setting for me is like such a big part of it that it's kind of like I would they had to get rid of some to do the gravity group retrack, but I only wrote it after that, so I wouldn't know what it was like before. But even still, the setting was like the best setting of any coaster I've ridden, especially at night. Um,
Oh yeah, that seems so magical. Beast Night Ride.
yeah,
Definitely a goal.
like I said, it like feels. I think I've said previously, I've only gone camping or even like sort of camping, like going into the woods, like for a long period of time, a few times. But it literally feels like if you plopped a wooden coaster in like the woods that you're walking through, that's what it would be. Um, so it is pretty crazy. But I'll move on to my number two, which is gonna be, and once again, this is based off intrigue. Karnan at Hansa Park is gonna be my number two. I'm not gonna mention what the tricks are. I have been somewhat spoiled for the tricks. I do know some of them that are coming. I don't care. I'm still super excited for the ride, regardless. But I mean, this coaster, it is still very mysterious in a lot of ways, still, but like the level of theming I've heard, the reviews I've heard, and just the overall unique ride experience the ride gives. I mean, it is an over 200-foot tall coaster, but it has a very bizarre layout for something that is sort of like on a hyper level, and apparently pretty positive G heavy as well at points. It's a ride that looks pretty crazy, pretty chaotic, and it looks very special. Definitely unlike anything I've ever ridden. So it's got to make this list for that reason.
Yeah, I understand you having on here because it's so unique. Like you can't really put it in a category like layout wise either. It's just a cluster frick of of a layout, and it's very intense. Like the positive forces and the whip are very high, and it's got some airtime as well, and it's got the special tricks. And really, what made it my favorite coaster the first time I played it, no, wrote it, was the theming. Like there's a specific part of the theming that happens before you even board the train that made it my favorite coaster before boarding the train because the theming is outstanding. I can't remember a lot of the layout at this point, like how it feels because it's been 5 years now, and I was still a new enthusiast at that point. But I definitely need to make it back, and you will definitely like have a unique experience on it. I'm sure when you make it out there as well.
Yeah, that's another one that I'm just kind of like, oh boy, it might be a little bit tricky to get to that one. But although I say that, and I literally just talked about Wildfire at Colmartin. But anyways, in terms of like remote coasters,
Hmm.
but yeah. But do you want to go into your number one?
Yes. Also, real quick, Civilian Satellite has like a very good point here. With like Gerstlauer is like they're like masters of telling stories with their coasters somehow. Like that's a very good point. Now, my number one most intrigued coaster in the U.S. is Velocicoaster. It's also my number one bucket list coaster ever. And it's not because I think it's going to be the best in any way. It just looks like the perfect roller coaster experience overall. Everything from the layout, from the elements that it has, the forces, the storytelling, and the theming, the location, even everything is so perfectly put together. Uh, like I can't mention a single thing that is missing when it comes to forces and elements, and every part of the theming seems covered. It just looks perfect and so fulfilled. And some of the elements also really intrigue me. Like there's some really fun quirks in the first half as well, and of course the launches are great, and the outs like the second half just looks really good and forceful. And of course, there's the Mosasaurus roll, which I can only imagine is like a severely upgraded version of Blue Fire's inline twist, which is also a great ejector moment. Um, and then again, the theming, I love Jurassic Park to bits, and I don't. It's hard to figure out what to say about it when it's just when really my consensus is just it's perfect if from what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks insane. I mean, is there anything else you're thinking that you want to add?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's just everything about it. It's every like all the small details in the queue line and in doing the layout, especially the first half, and then going over the water, and it's just all of it. All of it just looks outstanding, and it looks aggressive as well, and forceful as all hell. I'm just in love with it before writing it, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't written it yet. I really want to. It's another bucket list one. I will say, if there is a small chance for those watching, I might be able to get out to it this year. But it
Ooh.
depends. It depends on something that I can't go into right now. But I'll probably know in the near future whether that's realistic or not. Um, but I mean, it looks amazing. The theming, in terms of a ride that blends theming and overall like incredible coaster, I think that probably is going to be our best one. I mean, before that, obviously people talked up to Ron, and we're getting a few coasters now that definitely are kind of doing that. But Velocicoaster just seems to be the one that really uh, is going to hit that mark, and the one that really hits that mark. So it looks absolutely phenomenal for all the reasons you described. And I definitely want to check it out for sure as well. But moving on, we'll go into the number one coaster. We'll come to a surprise to no one. And I will mention some people might question why certain coasters didn't make it. Just for some honorable mentions. Zadra missed the cut, mostly because Iron Gwazi is in the US and it's kind of similar in terms of layout. I know their experiences are different, but a decent amount of the elements you can find on Zadra, you can find on Iron Gwazi, so I'm kind of like, I left it off. Tehran almost made it. Let Coaster, Fly, and Tutatis are all coasters that I considered for this list that didn't make it. But with that being said, the number one coaster for me is Ride to Happiness at Plopsaland Japan. I love absolutely insane, chaotic coasters, and I think if anything in Europe is going to be the most chaotic coaster, like just in the country or of anything I've ridden, it could be this ride. Or it probably for Europe, it will be this ride, and it could be just in general. I mean, the layout already looked absolutely phenomenal if you just slapped sit-down trains on this ride. But the fact that you have the rotation with those Mock Rides Extreme Spinner trains, I think really elevates it. Each ride is going to feel unique because you're going to experience different elements at different angles. I mean, if the onboard audio is working, which I've heard is kind of hit or miss, that probably adds a ton of the ride. I love myself a good onboard audio, so it could deliver in that aspect as well. And the ride, I mean, it just looks unhinged, is I think basically the best way to describe it. So many amazing looking airtime moments, some really interesting looking inversions. I mean, right out of the station, you have the JoJo roll, which is just like really like, what a weird way to start a ride like that. And it just looks amazing from beginning to end. I know the launches are probably not going to be anything too stand out, but that doesn't really matter to me. It just looks absolutely insane and chaotic. So that's why it's here.
I think you'll be surprised with those launches. They're actually quite kicky.
Okay.
Far more than Blue Fire, for example. But yeah, I understand again why people have this up here because it is just so bonkers. It's really strong forces and strong airtime and whip. And then with the spinning, of course, that's going to go crazy. I've heard as well that they apparently turned off the magnets not too long ago, so they spin even faster. Because of course,
what?
Before it was a like very controlled spin. But someone mentioned in my comments that they apparently at one point turned them off after I visited, so they spin even faster. I'm not sure if that's true. But it is really crazy. It's not as disorientating for me as people say. Like people keep saying that they don't know where they're going and stuff. I don't think that's hard to figure. Well, I always know what's going on basically on the ride, but it is really like unpredictable, and you have no idea what forces you're gonna feel. The 0G roll, for example, could feel so different depending on if you're sideways or not. And the top hat is absolutely insane with the airtime. It is like negative 2Gs, it feels like, in the back row. And yeah, even like it's the only coaster I've ridden that hits untamed level of airtime by the end. The double up into the brake run is so strong. And it is quite rattly, I would say. Like it for me, it even went into my head a bit. But it is otherwise it is nuts. So no surprise to see it on this list, definitely.
Yeah, and even if it's a little rattly, X2 is one of my all-time favorite coasters. I don't necessarily care all that much because that ride is certainly not smooth. But yeah, no, it looks like pure chaos, and I mean, it's so crazy. Like we were talking some of the coasters we have on here, like I guess Air Force 1 to an even bigger level, but like who would have thought like such a crazy, insane, like groundbreaking coaster like this would end up at like at a park that it had some coasters, but it wasn't really on the map beforehand. You could even say the same for Wildfire, also at Colmartin. I mean, it was literally a zoo with a few kiddie coasters. Air Force 1 went to a family entertainment center that really like hardly anyone actually knew it was there. And then Ride to Happiness. Yes, Plopsaland was a decently major park in Belgium, but I don't think it was a coaster enthusiast destination really until this hit. So it's very interesting how a few of these rides are really at places that are like kind of random. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a little worried if it was worth it for them because it just doesn't really get lines compared to the other things in the park, you know. So I don't know if they themselves are, happy with the purchase in that end, but I hope at least they are. And yeah, because it really is so outstanding now. They are by far and away on the map at this point.
yeah, so I also hope so too, because that's kind of been the interesting thing. I mean, I'm sure Wildfire, they probably have an idea of how well it did for them at this point because it's been so many years. Air Force One, they're gonna have to figure that out over the course of years. Ride to Happiness, that one's, like I said, a little. Did that one not have that much of a wait, or?
Rides to Happiness did not have much of a wait. No, like we weren't there on a crowded day. Like the other things were like 20 minutes, but Ride to Happiness was a walk on. There was a
Oh
station
wow.
wait. And I've heard from others as when they visit the park as well with like even longer lines that it's still like within 15 minutes and stuff. There was only one point of the ride, sorry, one point of the day where it was like 10 minutes, but yeah, it's a family park. That's really the reason.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, it's probably too intense then for the people going.
I think so, and I mean, people in Belgium, the GP will not know about time travelers, so they have never seen anything like this before. Like it's too crazy for such a park, especially.
Yeah, but assuming it did decently well for them and everything, like at least in some sense. I mean, I'm still happy they built it because it literally is
Oh yeah.
extremely insane. But yeah, no, definitely pretty wild for sure that something like that was built there.
Mm.
But with that being said, we're gonna move on to our final Q&A session. And so, any final questions you have, let us know, and we'll be able to answer them.
I hope you have a good trip to Wallaby, but no, sorry, to Plopsaland, Mr. Cola Roaster. I can't talk. God damn. I hope you have a good trip, man.
Yeah, for sure. Jeez, this stream is the 3 hours 31 minutes here. Jeez. Well,
Is
this
it?
one went for a while. That is crazy.
I talk a lot.
I think some of the segments went like the buy or sell and first Q&A went way longer than I expected, but it's all good. We still got people in the chat, so obviously things were pretty good.
I don't know if Frontiers Coaster's question is for you or me. I think it's for me, maybe.
Yeah, because what video? Like what actual video? Um,
Um,
I'm actually probably bringing back a video series soon, but um, Bisbee's Spiral Airship would have to make it by chance because it'd probably be the random RCB coaster series. But um, I mean, who knows?
I won't make a video of it either. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about it yet. Maybe one day if I make like a historical coasters thing.
Yeah, there's probably not much information on it, unfortunately, but it's
The
a weird
photos all we
looking
need.
ride. Yeah, the photo. I mean, yeah. Let's see. 1 week from tomorrow, you're leaving for your big trip. Dagan, where are you going? Where are you going for that trip? That sounds fun though. Is Untamed better in the front or back? Is what Mr. Coloroster asks.
It's really close, but I prefer it in the front because
Oh
there's a
wow.
double up and all the inversions hit a little harder up there. You get really pushed into them, so you get the stronger whip and airtime, especially the zero G roll, or the step up underflip. I mean, but it's really close. Like it's no matter where you sit, it's gonna hit hard. But the front is just that has that slight edge on the hills and inversions.
That's interesting. Most of the RMCs I've ridden, I definitely would say I prefer them in the back. There's only two that either I would say otherwise or kind of teeter on that line. Lightning Rod is one of those. I think I prefer the back, but man, the front is really good on it as well. it's close. And then New Texas Giant is better in the front because um, the mid course is brutal, and so at least you get better airtime in the front than you do in the back. Yeah, I'm not the biggest New Texas Giant fan. I'll just say that much. It's a fun ride. I'm happy it was built, obviously, because it led to so many greater things to be made, and obviously was a big starting point for such a influential manufacturer. So I mean, I'm not saying I wish it didn't happen or anything, because that'd be silly, but yeah, it definitely. It's still, and I mean, even for a first coaster, it's still an awesome ride, considering that was their first coaster they ever built. It's just you can definitely tell they got a lot better afterwards, which is a good thing. So that's like the only thing there. Most anticipated European country for coasters. So which one I guess for you would be one out of the ones you haven't done yet?
Oh yeah, then I guess it's probably Spain or the UK. I'll say Spain now because of Dark Knight
Yep. It's
or
they
Gotham City. Sorry.
I mean, that's the only one I've actually done. Um, but let's see. So Germany is gonna be the one for me, actually, pretty easily. There's some other countries that are definitely interesting. Off the top of my head, Sweden, France, UK, Netherlands would also kind of be ones I would look at for sure also in terms of being on that list. Spain would have been had I, not literally ridden like probably half the like highlight coasters there. Although yeah, but I have a weird opinion on my favorite coaster of the Port Aventura bunch. Furious Baco is my number one out of the coasters at the resort. So
I might actually be going to Spain this fall, and it's going to be very close to Terra Medica, but they're closed at that point, unfortunately. So I could have gotten a massive RCCA credit, but unfortunately not. I would love to ride one of those.
oh god. What is there one? What is the last one left then?
There are two. No, oh no, wait. The coaster isn't closed. The park is closed. Is what I meant at that point when I come there.
Yeah, but the coaster hasn't operated in years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it hasn't Magnus Colossus. It has not operated since 2016.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
And I believe it's kind of confirmed it won't ever operate again, but yeah, you have Bandit at Movie Park Germany, Coaster Express at Parque Warner Madrid, which to be fair, they actually did retrack it a few years ago. Not that many people know. It's actually gotten okay reviews. And then there's the one random one in Brazil that's like their only wooden coaster, and I've heard that one is not good. And I've heard really bad things about Bandit also. So yep. What a bunch of rides. Let's see. Oh, dang, that's a good line. Yeah, I think you mentioned this now that you say it again. That's a good lineup of parks. I've only been to 3 of those, but those 3 are in my top 5 parks I've been to: Kings Island, Cedar Point, and Holiday World. So definitely all of those are fantastic. Worlds of Fun also is a pretty good one. Kennywood, obviously, and then Silver Dollar City seems fantastic. So that's a nice lineup.
Good variety there. Have a good trip, man.
For sure. Northern Rides. Tell us why Ride to Happiness is the second best coaster in Belgium.
Because it's a spinning coaster, that's why. Conda is just more my style, man. It's bigger, it's faster, and it's not spinning. I guess that's why. It's a preference thing. It's smoother. That's a thing too. Way more marathonable. That's the best I can say, objectively, I guess.
Yeah.
Outside of it just being a preference.
That's. I mean, it's just preference at that point. Well, not just preference, but there are actual things Conda's layout that Ride to Happiness doesn't necessarily. Or there's things that Conda does that Ride to Happiness doesn't necessarily deliver in. So there's ways it could be there. You could have a better argument for it than having Space Mountain above Shambhala, so I'll give you that much.
I mean, it's worse for me. I have Adventures Assemble Flight Force in my top 25, and people hate that ride.
Yeah, I know. The hate train for that ride is it's
It's
something.
I wonder if like it's because of Coaster Studios or if people all just actually agree. But it's ever since they trashed on it, I've just seen so much hate on it. Honestly, it's like
No,
a
it's not just since they did it because when it opened, like I saw on like the forums, people were trashing it. It
oh
was
okay.
unpopular from. I am sure, yeah, Coaster Studios like that probably exacerbated it to a really high degree, but it was already like people were trashing on it like well
Oh,
beforehand.
I think people like just they miss Rock and Roller Coaster, and that's okay. That's fair. I understand that.
Well, they can go to Florida, I guess. Definitely very easy to do, definitely, for those who could go to Disneyland Paris.
Mm.
Yeah, not really, but yeah, let's see. That is I can understand that though. I know a lot of people like Rock and Roller Coaster, so makes sense. Best Danish park.
So it's really close between Forup Summerland and Djurs Summerland, but after my revisit, Djurs definitely takes the cake. It's my favorite park of the two. It's just the staff are easily the best staff I've ever encountered. They're absolutely incredible, and it's a really pretty park with actually really good theming, and the rides are just all great. Like I prefer Phoenix to Piraten, but I prefer Juvelen to uh, like the other lineup, the other support coasters in Fall Summerland, and then there's just so many other good rides. They have Tion as well, the gyro swing. It's such a completed, friendly, comfortable, nice, and pretty park to be in.
Yeah, I can understand those being the I mean, though I haven't been, but definitely those look like sort of the premier parks, depending on preference. Obviously, for a lot of people, Tivoli Gardens would be up there or would be the favorite, depending on what you like. Out of if I had like a most anticipated, I would have to go with Farouk.
Mhm.
Mostly because it's it's more interesting sometimes when like I've talked to someone who's involved with something or I have a connection already, and with Farup I do have that, so that does make it a little more interesting, more intriguing to visit.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It also they have completely different values as well. So I could understand even after visiting both if you also prefer that park as well because it has such a nice like forest charm to it as well, and it's also beautiful in another way. So it's a great park too.
Yeah, um he said that a lot of people compared it to Knoebels, but I saw someone like in terms of like the forest, I guess sort of thing. Probably not an actual like park vibe otherwise, but like with the forest
Yeah. I think
because
Bakken is pretty close to Knoebels maybe in park vibe.
okay. But I saw some people were like I heard it's like Dollywood is really in a forest, so I heard like Farup is kind of like that level in terms of like trees and forests and everything. Although maybe even more so because Dollywood's killed a lot of trees recently. Um, but and whereas Farup they like they really care for the trees. They try to
Yeah.
preserve as much as possible. That was like kind of one of the funnier things with that interview is like they're like if they can like if with Phoenix they were like if they can keep them around or keep this one specifically around,
Yeah.
they will.
Yeah, I mean, that used to be they used to have the song they played in their commercial as well, which is like an old children's song they use, which translated is, "Do you want to go on a visit in the forest?" And the song was like, "It's a lot of fun inside a forest," except it rhymes in Danish, but it's by far like it's their vibe. It's the forest.
Yeah, it. I think that that would potentially make it my favorite there because I do really enjoy that aspect of parks. Like it kind of with the setting thing with Beast, it also applies to parks as well. Dollywood, I like quite a bit. Let's see, and let's see, favorite coaster. that you've designed? This is a question for you.
Oh, so this is regarding No Limits of
No
Planet
limits.
Coaster.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. This is a really hard choice because usually I tend to just lean towards the newest one I've done. But I think maybe the one I made with the Lord of the Rings theme, Charge of the Rohirrim, which is an intimate mecha coaster inspired by Conda. I think it's probably my favorite one I've made. It's either that one or the newer one with like the Ukraine tribute Babka, which is in a small intimate blitz. It's one of those two. I'm just really happy with how the layouts and the shaping turned out on those. But it's kind of hard to choose like a favorite of something you've made yourself. I mean, it's like you choosing a favorite child, except I have 50 plus children. But yeah, probably one of those two. I don't know if how much you've seen of Carrick, but like, do you have you seen one that stood out or something?
I so I think I've only seen a few of like the most recent ones. Um, so I don't believe it was either of the ones you just mentioned. So like I wouldn't have one off the top of my head. Unfortunately, I need to explore more of that. Like I've more seen like your reviews and countdowns and some of your vlogs. The No Limits I haven't gone as deep into yet. So I wouldn't have an opinion there, unfortunately.
That's so fine. I mean, the No Limits is really just a bonus thing I upload for fun every now and then. It's far from like a focus I do anyway. So yeah. Also, it looks like Marty's NZ is from New Zealand. That's really
Yeah,
cool.
he's from New Zealand. Yep. Yes, he is our New Zealand coaster enthusiast.
Diversity.
Longtime
Let's go.
viewer. Yep. But let's see. Any other questions? Let's see. I'll probably have it open for like 3 more minutes, and then when the clock hits, geez, what time is it for you over there? Oh my gosh, it's gonna be 1
Oh,
a.m.
it's
for
midnight.
you. Wait, hold on, because at 3 it's gonna be.
I'm 9 hours ahead, so it's midnight now.
Oh yeah, okay, I was off by 1 hour. Okay, midnight's a lot better than 1 a.m.
Yeah.
So, um, but I mean, huge things. Like I mean, I was saying earlier. I mean, 9 hour time difference, and this is like one of the longest streams we've had. So, huge thanks to Nick for doing this for sure. I mean,
But to you too as well for making possible and inviting me, and also sorry for making it so long. But
no, you're good. That just means we got like we had a lot of questions and a lot of
yeah,
interactivity from the viewers, which is good. When are you making a trip to the USA?
when I can afford it.
Good answer.
Yeah, so right now I'm prioritizing European things, but I have already talked with my boys about like soon within the next few years we're gonna make like a deal to say, okay, now we're not gonna visit any new places or pay for any trips for a while, like for maybe 2 years at least, so that we can save money for a USA trip.
All
Uh,
right. Yeah,
so
that's a good
I
strategy.
I hope maybe in 5 years, maybe before that. I mean, a lot could happen in that time.
Yeah, overseas trips always tough to do. I mean,
Yeah.
the one I did most recently was the first one I'd ever done, and that was more so a family thing, and so we were just so able to lump in Port Aventura in terms of like a coaster focused Europe trip that I would do like say myself, maybe with like some other people I know. That's probably a long ways off. So I
Hmm.
totally understand that.
Yeah, it's got to be really exciting to go overseas as well. The only place I've been outside of Europe is Turkey, or Turkey as it's called now, and that's just outside of the European border too. So I've got a long way to go.
Hey, but there you go. Yeah, that is funny though. Were you on both the European and Asian sides of Turkey, or what do you know?
I mean, I had a layover in Istanbul. I don't know which side that was on, but I know I was just on like on a like chilling on the Asian side.
Ah, okay. All right. There you go. Hey, that's something at least. I've never been to Asia, which is kind of sad because I've been California. It's theoretically like if anywhere in the U.S., well, outside of Hawaii, and oh, sorry,
Hmm.
Jace, he hasn't been to he hasn't been to Asia either. Speaking of that, but out of most places in the U.S., that's gonna be one of your better spots to travel from, and I still have not yet. And I have a close friend too who he has family in Japan, so he's actually been several times. We've discussed the possibility of going, and I think it'll happen at some point. He's not necessarily a coaster enthusiast, but he will go to parks and he has some interest in it. He's never gone to Tokyo Disney, and I just took him to Disneyland last year, I think. No, 2 years ago for the first time, and we did California Adventure last year, so um, we'll probably do a trip where we include Tokyo Disney Resort and probably some other things. He likes to go. He actually likes to go to the Tokyo Dome City, where Thunder Dolphin is, because they have a skating rink there apparently. So he's
Oh,
actually
cool.
been there multiple times. He's never ridden the coaster, because it's either been down or he hasn't, or he's just not ridden it. But probably hit up that too. So
I mean, I let's hope that happens because that would be amazing as well. And that is such a big thing to do as well. Like go through Japan because there's so much. And like 808 also says Japan is very tempting. Yeah, that's understandable. If my geography is right, isn't Hawaii like pretty much as close to Japan as California, or at least
it's
somewhat?
much closer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a lot. Like I say, it's a lot. It's still a decent distance, but it's a lot closer.
Oh, yeah, I
Um,
mean the like from there's Hawaii is as close to Japan as Hawaii is to California. Like,
that is a. I think it's actually a lot further from Japan. I'd have to look
oh,
up. It's. I think it's a lot further from Japan than it is to California.
yeah, I'm really not sure about it, but I just know that they're in the middle of nowhere. That's just, and then yeah, it's hard to measure, I guess, in your head.
Yeah, Jace can probably confirm or deny whatever was just mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, from what he knows, Japan is a little further away from Hawaii than California, so only a little bit.
Hmm.
Okay, all right, all right. I said we were gonna end it, so there are a few questions that came in. So anything that has come in since Jace's last comment, we'll answer, and then we'll wrap it up if that's good with you, Nick.
That's good with me.
Alrighty. And speaking of bucket list things, number one bucket list park.
For me, it's Cedar Point.
Yep. Yeah, I think we mentioned top three earlier. And Disney Sea is mine. So,
Hmm.
what is your number one park we've been to?
For me, it's Europa Park right now, but Fantasia it's right up its butt. And I'm visiting both within the next 2 weeks now, so let's see if it switches.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun trip. Disneyland is for me. It is my number one. So, yep. Favorite dark ride. You have a video on this, but has it changed since?
I mean, it's cheating because it's Tower of Terror in Disneyland. I count that as a dark ride because of the scenes and how it's all set up. It feels like a dark ride. But if I don't count that, then I forgot what else it was. Maybe it was Pirates of the Caribbean. I think I should let you answer first because I need to make absolutely sure.
No, no, that makes sense. This one is actually okay. So favorite true dark ride. It's gonna be Indiana Jones at Disneyland.
Hmm.
And yes, even over Rise of the Resistance, I have ridden it.
Wow.
Which I know is I love Rise of the Resistance. It's not like saying that like I don't, and I can totally understand why people have that as their number one. And it is a phenomenal experience, like a ride you have to ride before you die, like all of that, everything that mostly everything that everyone said about it. But I don't know, it's just Indiana Jones. What I really like about it is it Rise of the Resistance has some thrilling moments, but Indiana Jones, like when you're in the ride vehicle, it like kind of is somewhat shuffly, and it is actually pretty thrilling for a dark ride, especially for Disney standards. And of course, like I can't go into spoilers much because I don't want to, but there's some pretty cool scenes in there. The theming is great. It's just an all-around like great adventure, and like I said, it's quite thrilling for a dark ride, which is really what makes it stand out and feels chaotic compared to other ones I've done. Although if you are talking about dark rides, like it probably would make my top 5, but the Guardians Tower, if I were to include it would definitely be up there. The Guardians Tower we have at California Adventure, most
Yeah.
chaotic drop tower ever. Like, what the
Yes.
heck?
Tower of Terror is so chaotic. Like, it's such a fun sequence on top of the theming, and of course it's 2 different themes, but like the cycle is the same. But yeah, both Indiana Jones and Rise of the Resistance look amazing. I've personally always thought that Rise of the Resistance could be my favorite ride ever as a Star Wars fan. But it's really cool to see Indiana Jones take the top there as well. And just to answer it as well, I've just confirmed. Like, yeah, my number 1 is definitely Tower of Terror. Then my number 2, if it doesn't count, would be Arthur at Europa Park. And if that doesn't count, then it's Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean is a great one. Out of the sort of true classic dark rides at Disneyland, it's easily my favorite. I guess if you included Splash Mountain as like a true classic, though it was like built in the 80s and now is gone, that would have been it. But excluding that, Pirates is my favorite. It's really good.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so and then I think that's gonna wrap it up for questions. So I think that was our final one. That was a good last question. So
If it's okay, I can see there's a guy that asked twice how old I am. So I just want to say I'm turned 23 in a second, or in a few weeks. I mean, so that's how old I am.
I totally missed that. Nope, that's a good one.
I just wanted to throw that in there.
So you're 22 and you're gonna be 23 in a few weeks, you said?
Yep.
All right. I guess I'll answer this one as well. I am 20. I am turning 21 in a few weeks, actually.
Hey.
What is it? You said a few weeks. I'm curious how close our birthdays are. Mine is the 31st
Mine
of
is
this
the
month.
25th.
Dang, within a week? That's
Hey.
crazy. That is actually wild. Wow. Well, the more you know. That is crazy. And that is pretty wild. I think that is gonna do it. Okay, wait, there was one question I also missed. I just saw. No, I've never legitimately considered doing, like, it's just there's a lot, like, from my standpoint. I think there's like something you have to do with a visa or something. Like, I kind of heard about like all the things you kind of have to go through to actually go to China, and it's just like there's a lot of other places I would rather visit first than go there. Not to say that I wouldn't want to visit. I certainly would, depending on how things were formatted and how I could plan it. But it's just like, I mean, even going overseas and stuff, there's other countries I'd rather go to first for a variety of reasons. So it's not something I've ever seriously considered.
Yeah, same. I've never seriously considered it, but there, of course, are intriguing things. But yeah, so many other priorities that come first. And also, I mean, I don't want to get too political, but there are some things that are kind of leading up to them, the stuff with Taiwan and everything, which also like cuts it off for me, like with Russia and stuff. So I don't know. It's not a high priority whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean the situation there over the past few-ish years.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, I just it's like there's other things, I mean, yeah, it's just it would be a pretty tricky one to even like plan for. It would be super expensive because of everything. It's just like, yeah, maybe eventually I would like to say hopefully, but definitely no time in the near future. So
Yeah,
yeah,
same page.
yep. Alrighty. So with that being said, that'll wrap up the stream. Nick, huge thanks to you for coming on. I really appreciate it. Awesome to have another international guest, and awesome to have you on after like really months of kind of this has been in the plans, in the works, and obviously even before the break I took several months ago. So it was great to have you on. And if you have any like last plugs or any last things you want to say, now would be the opportunity to do so.
Again, thank you so much for having me on. This has been a blast. This is great, and it was great to finally get it done. So thank you very much for having me. And otherwise, again, happy birthday in a few weeks. Everyone in the chat have some awesome trips, and yeah, peace. I'm not good at goodbyes.
Yeah, you're good. First stream, right? So kind of
Yeah.
you learn a lot, but
I mean, I just yell bye in my videos, so that speaks for itself.
that is true. Yeah, and then for sure. Once again, also, I mean, yeah. So your birthday also in a few weeks. So happy birthday or happy early birthday to you.
Thank you.
And I would like to say the same for those of you going on trips. I hope it goes great. And we'll see what goes on with the channel over the next few weeks. There should be some content coming out. Hopefully another stream before the end of this month. Won't get into who the potential special guest is there, but I have something planned, and we will see where things go from here. So with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time here on Coaster Hour. See you guys.